controversial 7 out of 10. But something's wrong with the game.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. I've missed you. Hopefully you have had a good day. Hopefully you are vibing. I know I am.
I'm vibing!
You're damn right. Hi, everyone. How you doing? Everybody doing good? Feeling good? Hopefully. Hi. I'm realizing the only time I remember Starfield as a game is those parody clips. Yeah, Crispy. It's funny. Some games, like, years in advance, you expect them to be, like, the talk of the town, right? You're like, oh, and this is going to be the topic for years to come. And then it ends up surprising you how quickly it falls off. And I think that happened with, like, Starfield. I think it happened with even Suicide Squad. I thought we'd still be talking about Suicide Squad. Already it's starting to flounder. Like, we'll try season 1 when that drops, but I mean, it's just funny how years in advance you're looking at game releases. You're like, okay, Gotham Knights, Suicide Squad. Gotham Knights probably falls off. Suicide Squad probably the better of the two, and then it just ends up surprising everybody. Pacific Drive, yeah, Pacific Drive is such a cool, weird game. Like, no part of it should work, but it does. You know, like, if you told me, hey, the pitch is we're gonna do a, like, survival game, but it's all about, like, a car in a post-apocalyptic kind of Area 51 type setting, I'd have been like, really? 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 Is that what we're gonna do? But it works. It works. Zombie Blade, thank you. Glad to have you here, my friend. I'm looking forward to the What Happened episode on Suicide Squad. Yeah, I mean, it's all gonna come down to season 1. I think everybody's just waiting on that. I hope it's awesome. I said from the moment we saw that Joker movement, I thought that looked badass. So if it actually is that good, I mean, I'm in. Okay. I've been playing Helldivers 2 like a crazy mofo. Well, you heard, right? You heard what just happened. We lost it. We lost it. We fell off. I don't know if you missed it. Maybe you did, but like, look at this. Hold on, I just have to find it. Yeah, here. Wrong input. I'm a professional. Don't worry. I do this for a living. Don't worry. Okay, there we go. Helldivers 2 community was left in tatters after Malevelon Creek, dubbed Space Vietnam, has, after it's been felled. It's fallen to the automatons. You can no longer actually go to missions. It is 0.000% liberated. We lost it. Yeah, we lost the creek. How could we have let this happen? Unbelievable.
SRTM is now a member.
Thank you, my friend. I can't believe we've fallen. Yeah, they may have won the battle, but not the war. That's the right attitude. We'll get them. We'll get them. But yeah, we need all hands on deck. It's funny. There's actually people in the comment section like getting mad at each other. There's one guy like, yeah, of course this happened. A bunch of people keep doing missions, publicly match made, but they don't actually complete all objectives. They just do the main and then leave. It's ridiculous. It's like, bro, chill out. It's okay. I don't think it's actually determined by player activities. It's like they suggest it is, and it's fun to kind of role play like it is, but it's the developers that like they have a sort of meta narrative where I think they have certain planets that they plan to have fall, and then they're going to have other planets that take its place. And I think they're going to have an invasion of like Super Earth. So that's going to be one of the big updates, is that you're going to fight on Super Earth, and maybe you fight bugs and automatons at the same time. And they're bringing mechs to the game. There's going to be all sorts of crazy stuff. I'm already out of coffee and we just started. Man. Hassan was right. Streaming's really hard. Why do all the bad things always happen to me? He says, sitting in a house he bought, living his dream, barely working, making more money than the average person does in a year. I'm terrible. Instant coffee? No, so I mean, you guys remember, we had like a straight up addiction, a problem with Starbucks. Ziggy's Coffee is another one that's local here, or Human Bean. That's another big one. So we had like a problem. We had a real problem where we would go pretty much every day, maybe like 3 to 5 times a week if we were being good. But realistically, we probably were going like 4 to 5 times a week. It was bad because it's $5 a pop every time. And it you know, if Nikki and I are going, then that's like $12. If she wants to get a food item, that takes it to like another $4 or $5. So it's like 17. And now everybody demands that you tip. So it becomes $20 like 5 times a week. And it's ridiculous. So I said, screw this. This is ridiculous. I don't even really like the coffee at those places that much because I still always have like a bit left. I never actually finish it. So I said, screw this. Let's try something else. We need the convenience, something quick, but I also want it to taste good. I don't really like just doing the K-cup thing because it's just black coffee basically. So we got a Nespresso, and that Nespresso thing is straight magic. It's straight magic. It has completely kicked our difficulty with, you know, our first world difficulty with coffee shops. I don't even like crave going to Starbucks or Ziggy's or Human Bean. I would rather drink the coffee we can make at home. And we just have like a big collection of sugar-free syrups if we want a little bit of flavoring. And so it ends up being like pennies on the dollar compared to what it would be going to a place like Starbucks. And the longer you use it, the more bang for the buck, since the device costs like $150 or $200 or whatever it was. Which one of the Nespresso machines did you end up getting? It's the one that uses the bigger like disc pods. I think the Virtuos or something. And then it has like the little, it's a rounded bottom. It kind of looks like a bowl with a lid on top, as opposed to like the K-cup looking ones. So it's the newer one. And we have the machine that has the big tank in the back. And it also has the like mechanized lift, so you don't even like lift it manually. You kind of flick the lever, and then it actually lifts itself up, and then it lifts itself down, or lifts itself down, that doesn't make sense, and it moves itself down to puncture the pods and everything. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. Yeah, it's not great for everything. If you're craving black coffee, just do French press. Way cheaper, way easier. Okay, maybe not easier, but way cheaper. It's still probably like exactly 75 cents or $1 for a cup of like really intense espresso, but compared to like $5 or $6, it's not bad. And if you buy the pods in bulk, it gets even cheaper. So coffee is still expensive, but you know, it's a lot better to just do it at home, and it doesn't have to be bad. Like honestly, it can. Coffee at home can technically be better than what you'd get. My problem with coffee shops is that you'll go in, and a lot of the local coffee shops are like this. You'll go in, and one day you get a barista, and she is a magician, and it tastes delicious. It's wonderful. I like, for example, spicy chai. So if I go and get a spicy chai, how they usually make it spicy is with cayenne pepper. They'll actually sprinkle cayenne pepper in it, mix it up, and that's what gives you the zing on the back of your throat. I love it. I love it. But sometimes you get a barista that's way too heavy-handed with it, or you'll tell them, yeah, and can you make it spicy? And they have no idea what that means. Like they have no clue. And so you end up getting it, and it's just kind of weird black tea water because they didn't know how to make it spicy. So my problem is the inconsistency. Whereas if you just do it at home, you can make it exactly how you like it every single time. It's great. Good chai latte, dude, a good chai latte that's spicy on a cold day. Oh, baby. I'll tell you what, nothing hits quite like that. So good. So flippin' good. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Coffee is weirdly a necessity. Thankfully, I have a good bartender, former barista for a partner. It's always gonna be good. Oh, see, that's the way to do it. Nikki used to work as a barista too, actually. Oh, hey, dude. Did you want to come say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? You say hi?
Hi.
Hi. What's your name?
Lachlan James.
My name's Lachlan James. I like your dinosaur outfit. Can you show them what dinosaurs you have on?
We have ended on my dinosaur head to data. Let's get something.
Yeah, that's very nice. I like your T-Rex and Velociraptors.
Uncle Trevor.
Uncle Trevor.
Walking.
Yeah.
Contact.
Yeah.
The second Hunter. The Hunter.
Yeah. Doesn't it sound like a Sims character talking?
Uh-huh.
I was feeding baby brother. I thought he was playing.
I'm fine. Hi.
Baby.
Can you say bye-bye, everybody?
Bye-bye, everybody.
See you later.
See you later.
Awesome.
Come on, Bubba's.
Good job. You're a great streamer. You're so good at that.
Dada, you come play with me.
Well, I can play in a little bit. I have to finish streaming first, okay? Daddy's got to work for a little bit. Work. And then there's you. And then there's you.
Who just did business?
I think he did. I think he came down on the stairs and hid, and then, yeah.
I just changed your phone.
Love you too. See you later, Lucky. Oh, man. My God, it feels like just a couple of weeks ago, he was mostly able to just say, bye, everybody. How fast they go. Yeah, dude, for real. It's crazy. And then Ori is about to get his 2 bottom teeth. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I can't wait to see his first 3-hour critique, dude, for real. Do you read Sonichu for your children? Oh, every night. Every night. It's Curious George and then Sonichu. Or what did Christina Chandler say recently? Was it, my name is Jesus Christ Sonichu? I don't remember what the full name was. Anyway. Yeah, he's already evolving. Yeah, no, he's so funny. He's so funny. If we're like upstairs just hanging out or something, he will sneak down here to the studio, and I'll come in with all the lights off, all the computers are off, and he's just sitting in this chair talking into the microphone. Is that not the most adorable thing you've ever seen? Because he sees me doing that. He doesn't understand that there's like an audience out there through the camera. Like he just sees, well, Daddy just sits in the chair and talks into this weird foam thing. So I'll do that.
Vendetta activist
Really
is
cute.
now a member.
Thank you, my friend. It is precious. It's precious. It's one of those where like you can't even be upset that he's doing it. Like for one, don't sneak away. Like we need to know where you are just for safety, but it's also really, really freaking cute. You know, it's just so precious. It's so precious. Yeah, no, they imitate like crazy. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's crazy. It starts to snowball. Like we took him to a daycare thing. He's too little for daycare, but you go and you kind of tour the place to get on the wait list to eventually be able to go there. And it's not technically a daycare. It's like a pre-K preschool thing, but it's pretty much entirely built just for kids to get together and play together. Like it's just kind of a formalized play group basically, but they call it preschool. So we took him there and it was the cutest thing ever. Like the instructors are just like grandmas that miss having kids around. So they just suck up all the kids' energies and just love it. And the kids love it too, because they have tons of friends around and it's very sweet. But like the fact that he's old enough where we're having to start thinking about that, like that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. It's mad. Yeah, they're gonna be 6 feet tall and breaking hearts before you know what happened. Yeah. It's wild. It's wild. It's why we're trying to like figure out what the hell we want to, like what the long-term plan is. I was talking to a friend of mine recently. This is about to get real meta, okay? I was talking to a friend of mine recently, and of course I'll keep it vague just because I don't know if they'd want this blasted everywhere. So I'll just be vague and not specific. But I was talking to a friend and I was asking them like, so what's your end game? What's your end goal? Like, how are you preparing for the future? Because this is somebody that doesn't tend to think super long term. It's usually pretty short term. And it was interesting because they were like, well, you know, I think I'm just trying to get through right now. You know, I'm not really thinking too much about the future. And it's like, there are times where you have to like really just focus on survival. Back when I was working in college, like I remember having, you know, literal pennies in my checking account if I were fortunate enough for it to be positive. I remember being so broke that like all I could have for a meal one day was a whatever they call it, like cheesy rice burrito from Taco Bell. They had like a coupon where it was like 2 for $1, I think it was. And so I went and paid $1.07, and that was my food for the day. Like I remember being that broke. Okay, Instarama diet, yeah, classic. So I remember being that broke. And in those cases, if somebody asks you like, how are you going to invest in your future? You're like, screw you, dude. Like I'm just trying to survive. So to be clear, there are times where you're just trying to survive, and that is absolutely understandable. But this is a guy that makes enough money and is comfortable, like is doing just fine, and could be making investments into their future. And it struck me because some people just honestly don't think about it. Maybe it's because it's like scary. Swap songs. This one's too upbeat. This one? Oh, this is classic. And I would just encourage everybody, like, if something scares you to think about it, it probably means that you should think about it. I think that's what that means. Because if you know, it's kind of like people not wanting to go to the doctor because they're scared that they're going to find out something bad. It's very human and natural for us to do that, but it's not helpful. Like, if you're scared of something, I think you have to face it first and foremost. If you're scared of thinking like, okay, when I'm 60, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to work till the day I drop dead, or am I going to try to take steps now, making sacrifices, not doing the crazy things you want to do? Like, you know, I might really want that fancy sports car, but if I sacrifice that now, when I'm 60, I could be in much better position. And I just think that for whatever reason nowadays, we have this like weird worship of the present. And you hear it in music and film and TV. Everybody's always like, you know, live like today's your last day. You know, live in the moment. Stop stressing
Deep is now
tomorrow. Thank you, Deep. And I just don't think that that's very helpful. Like, it's important to love life, absolutely. But it's a lot easier to love life when your past self has done things to make today easier. You know, making short-term sacrifices for long-term benefit is the difference between somebody that lives comfortably, you know, on a lake house in retirement, relaxing and spending all their time with their family and stuff, and somebody that is working to the bone till the day they die. You know, I remember speaking to a friend back in college. Haven't talked to him in ages, but I remember talking to him, and you know, at the time neither of us were doing particularly well financially, but I remember like it was just fascinating because he did not grasp that you could or should sacrifice present pleasures and satisfactions for future stability or success. Like, the idea, you'd ask him like, okay, you get $1,000 and let's say all of your bills are paid. You don't need to do anything. You don't have any debts. You have $1,000. What do? He could not fathom not spending it. Like, he could only fathom what he would buy with it immediately. And I was like, but what if I told you, it's like the old experiment with toddlers, where you give the toddler a cookie, or you say you can have a cookie, or if you wait till this timer, this hourglass empties out, if you wait till that empties out, you can have 2 cookies. They've done like studies where they'll have toddlers do this, and the toddlers that wait for the 2 cookies overwhelmingly do far better in life when they track them for the next couple of decades. It's the kids that are seeking instant gratification, whether that's how they're raised or it's genetic or whatever, they tend to struggle more through life because they can't, like, they don't think about how waiting and sacrificing immediate gratification will help in the future. So your college buddy was a toddler? Basically. Yeah, basically. He I don't think is doing very well right now, unfortunately. Kind of one of the reasons we separated out. But it's just a very basic thing, which is just make sacrifices in the present for benefit in the future. It's something, for whatever reason, many people struggle with. But Kinemansky, yeah, I don't know. Sibling chemistry is weird. Like, you guys, maybe you don't know, I'm one of 10 kids. So I'm the third oldest of 10. So I have a lot of brothers and sisters. And for us, it was interesting because everybody kind of paired off. So there's like 3 oldest kids, 3 little boys in the middle, 3 girls at the bottom, and then my youngest brother. And in each of the triads, like 2 of the siblings would pair off depending at certain ages or hobbies and interests and things. And then there would be one straggler who might end up pairing more with the group beneath them. So I think typically kids pair up, but it can also be good. Like, I know a lot of very, very healthy families that have 3 kids and it kind of keeps things fluid and interesting. I don't think there's a right answer. I think it's a fascinating thing to wonder about, you know. I thought my family of 7 was big. Yeah. Jesus Christ, I thought a younger brother and sister was a headache for me. Yeah, God bless your parents. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's absolutely crazy. But God bless your mom. My mom, I've said this before, my mom is somebody, if she didn't have kids, she would be like the CEO of Apple or Google right now. Like, she has that ability to just like function on 3 hours of sleep and be just as productive as if she got 8. Like, she's able to just go. And so if she had like, but you know, where some people might apply that to a business career or something, she applied that to running a family. And it was, I mean, it's just funny because she is like the Tim Cook of running a family, which is just, it's very funny to me. I've wondered in the past, like, I wonder where she'd be right now if she had like pursued something else in life. Like, obviously I'm glad she didn't because I'm here, but I've always wondered what would have happened if she had dedicated that like work ethic or something to another place. It's just funny. The Tim Cook of the Stevens. Yeah. Oh man. It'd be crazy to have the whole family live on stream one day. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, it's pretty rare nowadays that we all get together. Usually Christmas we can swing it for like a day where everybody lines up. But my family is looking to move back. They've lived in, I mean, you guys have heard me say, oh, I've got to go to Wyoming to visit my family. They're moving back. So I'm going to get to see them a lot more, which is going to be awesome. I'm very excited. Very excited.
Isaac Barnett donated $4.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Isaac.
Sending what little support I can.
Oh, that's
Trust your
wonderful. Thank
opinion
you.
more than anyone's on YouTube. Helldivers, BG3, etc. Honest and laid back AF. Love you and calm.
Thank you, my friend. And Isaac, I mean, the 5 is extremely generous. Thank you. I will say, like, I think it's been weird this past year that we've, like, the main channel's blown up. Obviously, the live channel has blown up a ton. And I think one of the key reasons for that has been that we've, like, I've been able to predict a good number of flops and a good number of successes. And it's not because of any magic or anything. It's just that I think so many people in the gaming space are totally tolerant of hyping stuff up, buying into the big corporate media narrative, and they just don't even like really question the narrative. They just accept it blindly. And so like earlier last year when I started making those videos on like Starfield, for example, I think it helped a lot because people were like, there were some people that could see there were some red flags with that game, and then a good number of other people just did not want to accept it, did not want to believe that there could be a problem. And then the game came out, and we all know how that ended. So, yeah. Wyoming sucks. Speaking from experience, my family, when they went to Wyoming, and then we'll get into the gaming news stuff. My family, when they went to Wyoming, they thought it was going to be like, you know, it's a very red state. They thought it was going to be very like, yeah, I remember my dad saying it's going to be, you know, free of corruption. Colorado's too corrupt. It's going to be great. And they went there and just didn't realize, like, all of Wyoming is owned, like each city is owned by maybe 1 or 2 families. And so the whole cities are owned by a family. And so if you're not playing well with the family, you're screwed. And they will like actively screw you. And so like there was a lovely little bakery in Old Town Laramie, Wyoming. And they pissed off one of the family owners of the town, basically. And all of a sudden the landlord spiked their rent by like double. putting them out of business just because they pissed off the family that ran the town, basically. Walmart wanted to build in Laramie, Wyoming. And what's really funny is that, I mean, Walmart doesn't care if there's corruption. Like, they're going to do their own thing. They don't. Honey Badger don't care, right? Honey Badger don't care. And so let me see. Let me see if I can find it. High school. I need like the actual satellite. Hold on. Where's the satellite button? Okay. So like this is Laramie, Wyoming. Okay. It's like a big city. It's whatever. It's in the middle of like a huge valley, mountains on this side, huge valley, and then more mountains over here. It's extremely cold and windy. It's a whole thing. They do have an airport though. I've never flown out of the airport, but anyway, the whole city is like right here. There's a little university and all that. Walmart wanted to build in Wyoming. I think they wanted to like build over here or somewhere in the center of town. But they went to Laramie City Council and the Board of Governors or whatever they call it, and they talked to them, and the families that own all of this downtown stuff, they were like, no, we don't want Walmart because then you're going to put our general stores, and specifically there's a store called Ridley's that one of the people in the town owns, and it's like the grocery store. So they didn't want a big store coming in and stealing their business. So even though the town voted overwhelmingly to bring in a Walmart, they shut it down because they're like, no, it's going to affect our business. So kind of in a corrupt way, they shut the whole thing down because they didn't want to do that. And so you know what Walmart did? They said, okay. And they went just outside of the city boundary, which was like, at the time, I think the city boundary was like here. Or like here. It was like a kind of staircase because the high school was inside. So it was like that. And so Walmart just came in and built right outside of the city bounds. And so like, yeah, screw you. And they just did that. And then they expanded the city boundaries apparently to include it to try and be able to start basically coming in and taxing it. But you can see like the boundary of the city. They just kind of stretched it around once they built it there. Because it's all just super, super corrupt. If they don't like you, they'll screw you over. To the point where like there's even a police officer, my sister, she was driving to school one day, and apparently she did like a California stop at a stop sign, right? She just kind of rolled through the stop sign. We've all done it. What you would expect is if a cop sees you doing that, they pull you over, they give you a little talking to, maybe a ticket, and then you go on your way. This guy followed her to the high school, got the license plate, everything, tracked it to who owned the car, showed up at my parents' house where the car is registered to, because they technically own the car, spoke to my parents and tried to give them a lecture, thinking that they were the one that did it. And they're like, what are you talking? No, our daughter drives that car. Oh, so she's in school right now. Yeah, she's in school right now. She's at the high school, which he knew because she drove there. And he's like, okay. So then he drives back to the high school and tries to go pull her out of class to embarrass her in front of all of her friends and the teachers and everything. Have a police officer pull her out of class to basically yell at her for rolling through a stop sign. It was ridiculous. It was like, meanwhile, Laramie, as do many Wyoming towns, have a huge problem with meth specifically. There's a huge drug problem. Huge drug problem. It's really common in cold environments for like meth specifically to be extremely popular, whether it's because people are just stuck inside and there's nothing else to do, or if it's just, I don't know if it makes you feel warm. I don't know why you do it. Obviously, I've never done meth, so I don't know. But it was just like the most insane thing. It was like, bro, there are much bigger problems to be had and to be dealt with right now than a high schooler that rolled through a stop sign. This guy spent easily 5-6 hours dealing with this. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It was the most, like, not even corrupt. It was just power trip. Like, he just wanted to assert his authority over a high school girl, which is really weird. Really weird. You know? I know police officers. We have a few that are like close family friends. Even like people I went to college with. So my closest buddies are cops. And those guys are fantastic. And I would trust them implicitly for anything. This guy, though, can dry up. Like, what a pathetic loser. What a prick. You know, what a prick. Yeah. Oh, Ghost Dev, you live there? Yeah, it's a much a place to live in all the time. I was harassed on many, many occasions while living there. It was just shocking. Like, my parents really thought it was going to be small town America. Everything's simple. Everybody gets along. But it just is like a little petri dish of all of the worst traits in people. And because it's a small city and it's all about my freedom, you can't step in because then you're stepping over somebody's freedom. So there's all these wealthy families that just step all over everybody because they have the money and power. And because the town is pretty small, if there's a wealthy family that like backs a mayoral candidate, they're going to win. So if the family goes and tells the mayor, hey, I really want to be able to build, let's just say like, I want to expand my house off this property line, which is currently city land. I'd like to be able to buy that land from the city. Can you list it? So can the city list it for sale at a very low price and I can buy it off market? You know, because if you don't, it would be tough for me to donate to your campaign again. And then of course all of a sudden the property goes up for sale and they buy it up and it's crazy. Just madness. It's madness. Yeah, sometimes things are not what they seem. And small town America, some cases it is just quiet and calm and beautiful and peaceful. Other times it's just a prime opportunity for people to take control, and it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how it works, but this sounds a bit corrupt. Oh, absolutely. In this case, Deep, it is corrupt. Like, there's no doubt where it's, you know, they have the plausible deniability where the wealthy person can just say to the whoever would investigate that type of thing, well, no, I donate to this person's campaign because I like them and I've known them for 10 years because it's a small town. And I just really wanted to buy this property and they happened to list it. And because I knew the guy, I bought it up. You know, it's great. Yeah, private persons can donate to a candidate, make them do what they want. Yeah, it's the wink, wink, nudge, nudge of, you know, yeah, I'm donating to your campaign. And of course, I'm not buying like you doing something. But if you don't do what I'm donating for, I won't donate to your re-election campaign. And so all of a sudden, people start to behave. Sucky, but that's just how it is. Yeah, buying influence. And it's a great example. Like, you go there, you live there for a month, you'll start to see it everywhere. It's crazy. Proto, it's February 2023 again. I'm listening to Luke's soothing voice in the background while working, occasionally typing in chat, just like I am now. Luke's on a tangent. Life's normal. Good times. Yeah, Luke's on a tangent. We're supposed to start talking about gaming news an hour ago. Sorry. I live in Colorado now, was born and raised here, but my mom wanted to move there. Don't recommend that for any parent. Yeah, it's very isolating. One of my best, well, not even one of, my best friend, his family has isolated themselves in like Nebraska, and they've turned full crazy person mode. Like, full crazy person mode. They are self-described like Christian nationalists. They think that they need to overthrow the government. They need to put in like a Calvinist Christian reformed theocracy in DC. And they'll talk about this like it's sunny outside. Like, it's just matter of fact for them. But they didn't used to be like that. They just got there because they isolated in this tiny community and they never hear any like other opinions. It's just crazy. Let's see, where was I? What do you predict Rise of the Ronins will score? Do you think it'll be a financial success, or is it doomed to fail due to the release date? I don't know. The people that like those kinds of games are gonna buy it up. I think. I'm guessing it's probably hovering right around an 80 out of 100, you know, like their games normally do. The combat, I'm sure, is going to be really good. I do foresee a lot of technical issues. It will be very, very clunky. And some people have a high tolerance for that. Other people are going to find it pretty annoying. But even in the clips they're showing now in trailers, there's a lot of technical issues. So I doubt they can like wrap all of those up magically in 3 weeks, but I guess we'll see. You know. I have a friend who has gone completely bonkers, mainly after COVID. She posts 50 to 60 Instagram reels a day, constantly supportive of Moscow, Russia, Putin, China. Oh, really? Dude, when people isolated, a lot of them went kind of nutty. Rise of the Mid. Let's see. Do you have a favorite band or music genre? I'm curious, looking for new, fun new music to check out. I'm kind of all over the place. A fantastic musical, though. 1812. A phenomenal sort of semi-experimental musical that you can check out that just blew up and was everywhere until it collapsed, is Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812. Musically, it's one of the most interesting things I've ever heard. It's just fascinating. The music is phenomenal. And the original Broadway run featured Josh Groban. You know, he was great. And it's too bad that it kind of collapsed because it was amazing. Everybody in the cast was phenomenally talented. You can hear it on Spotify. It's an operetta, so the whole thing is basically musical all the way throughout. So the whole story is heard that way, and it's fascinating. Apparently, it collapsed. My understanding is because they had one character who was originally cast white, and then they cast it in another run as an individual who was black, and then for another run they were going to cast it as somebody who was white, but then they got canceled by a bunch of people saying that they were whitewashing, even though the role was originally white, and then they cast it black, and then they cast it again. I don't really understand it, but there was that, and then there were also a handful of financial problems. It was very expensive to put on. It played its final performance in 2017. Broadway production cost about $14 million to stage. There's just a lot of stuff that went on with it, but yeah, I mean, it's an extremely intense musical. It is not easy at all, but it won plenty of awards and super good. So if you're interested in wacky, very different music than probably what you were expecting me to say, that's a great one. That's a great one. Very different than what you've probably heard. Okay, I should finally talk about this, right? Because I've been all over the place. Okay. News segment, Jacob. Sorry. News segment. There it is. News segment. Okay, here we go. Let me show you a picture. Let me show you a picture on a nice, calm winter's day. An image that will warm your heart, okay? Look at this image. Doesn't this just make you feel happy? Doesn't this just make you feel happy? It's a bigwig corporate CEO of PlayStation about to retire at London Studios for PlayStation. This is a PlayStation studio. They do mostly VR stuff. And I mean, just look at all of the smiling faces. Everybody's so excited to get to meet their great leader. Sure, he looks like a thumb, but they don't worry about that. They're just glad to be meeting him. They're all so happy. I'm sure this isn't foreboding. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with any of this. Well, what if I told you that 5 days after this, just 5 days, all of these people were fired? Would you believe me? Would you buy that? Would you buy that? Because that's what happened. That's what happened. Sony PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan was at PlayStation Studios 5 days ago. Today, he announced the entire studio is being closed. He came here as part of a like send-off event where he of course, he's from London, and that's where he predominantly works. And so he came here to basically say goodbye because he's retiring, he's leaving. And one of the very last things he did was to say goodbye to this studio. And just a few days later, all of these people were laid off, which is really, really, I don't know, man. It's really cringe. Really cringe. Because, like, you can see they're all like, farewell, Jim Ryan, salute. And they're all like, fighting the good fight. Let's get it. Not realizing he knew at this time he was laying all of them off. He knew, like, all of these people are about to lose their jobs. But he still goes, still smiles, takes photos. It just leaves a bad taste in your mouth, right? It's a bad taste. Now, I, of course, understand layoffs. I understand that in order to run a successful business, there are times where you do have to look at it as a spreadsheet. You can't look at like London studios and say, oh, this is hundreds of human beings. I'm about to ruin their lives potentially by laying them off. If you want to run a successful multi-billion-dollar corporation, I understand sometimes you have to be very cold-hearted. We don't have to like that, but I understand if we're trying to run a multi-billion-dollar business, you have to be a little psychotic or sociopathic or whatever you want to say. I can understand that. But normally, you don't see somebody going and shaking hands and smiling and rubbing elbows. Literally, their elbows are rubbing days before you screw them all over. And that's what makes it feel particularly cold-blooded. If he just kept in his office far away and he's like if I were in his position, I'd be like, bro, I don't want to go meet all these people I'm about to destroy. Because one of the other things you have to remember about this that makes this layoff particularly sort of gross is that a lot of these people are on work visas. So my understanding with work visas is like, if you lose your employment with that visa, all of a sudden your visa is not doing what it needs to do. And so you're going to have to leave. So people have uprooted their entire lives, moved to London from wherever they are from in the world. And now they're just screwed because their job has disappeared. You know, losing your job on a work visa is an actual nightmare. Yeah. And that's why like the out of nowhere announcement here is what's really, really terrible. Proto says, yeah, Luke, a friend of mine was working in PlayStation in R&D and she got laid off yesterday too. She's on a work visa too. Poor girl had just taken a break to go back home. Jesus. So I think like we can all see it's a business. Sometimes messy decisions have to be made, but it's really, as this person says, it's like such poor taste to do this, then 5 days later lay off the staff, including the ones who posted this picture. It's really, really poor taste. And it just makes you want to scream, you know? And this same person who posted this image posted this. I have nothing to say. I'm in tears. I'm looking for a new job, I guess. So please reach out. I'm numb, and once settled, I may have more to say. And this individual was the associate art manager at London Studio HQ. They were working on an unannounced online co-op combat game set in the modern fantasy London that has been canceled and everything shut down. And this was an ex-development manager at Rocksteady. So pretty crazy. So that's for one, just kind of gross. It just makes you get hibby-jibbies that Jim Ryan would be willing to go and meet, take pictures, rub elbows, pretending like everything's fine, only to totally screw these people over days later. little sociopathic. How this came about was described in this article from VGC. Basically, I've been telling you guys for months that this was coming, and it's going to continue coming from other studios. A lot of this stuff is going to continue happening in the industry. There are a few core problems in the gaming industry right now that are uncomfortable, but that have to be dealt with. For one, development costs are through the roof. They just are. Like, it's outrageous how expensive these games are to put together. Spider-Man 2, a game that's like 17 hours long for most people, cost roughly $300 million. That's more than like most big budget Marvel movies. Like, that is outrageous. So they have to find a way to deal with that cost. One of the ways, like, there are a few ways you can do that, right? Cost is basically a function of the amount of money per unit of time. In this case, salaries basically, and benefits per person per year. Or you can break down per month, I guess. And then that's a function of time. So you multiply it by the time of development, and that gives you the total cost. And then you add in the costs of fixed variables or independent variables like marketing costs or whatever else. So you can either reduce the initial cost, or you can tighten up that variable of time. So you can make games smaller so they take less time to develop. You can develop them more efficiently with tools like generative AI and things like that, procedurally generated worlds, things like that. Or you can shrink down the team so that the thing you're multiplying by time is smaller, so the budget's tighter. What these companies are trying to do is a little bit of both. They're trying to shrink the teams so it costs less, and they're also trying to work more efficiently with tools like AI and by streamlining stuff. When you hear a company describe things as like restructuring, usually that means that they just are looking at their business and they're saying, hey, we have a team of 10 people working on this. We really only need 3 people doing that. And so they cut 7 people, and they're just as efficient, or rather they're just as productive. They're probably required to be more efficient because now there's less people to do the work, and it's not spread as evenly around. But they then have a third the cost for achieving the same end. So they're trying to do that. So that's one thing. The other thing with this that I think is often misunderstood is that these CEOs and executives are not paid the same way. So a lot of people will look at it and be like, oh, well, Jim Ryan is worth however many tens of millions of dollars. Probably. I don't know how much he's actually worth. But he has a ton of Sony stock, no doubt. But that's the key. These employees are not paid with Sony stock. Sony can issue stock whenever they want. If they announce it ahead of time, they get the board of directors to issue stock. It's whatever. It doesn't really cost them anything to do that, other than it will dilute the current shares, so it'll bring down the overall value, but it's just a whole thing. As for how these employees are paid, they're paid with liquid cash. Like, you have to pay from basically a business checking account out to those guys, which does cost the business money. So this is why you tend to see employees getting their pay cut, whereas executives don't see pay cuts because it doesn't really affect the budget if Jim Ryan is given a bigger share of, or a bigger stock option plan. Jim Ryan's estimated net worth is $250 million. I have to see that. That's a lot. That's a lot, but maybe it is. I don't know. I'd be surprised if it's that high, but that's crazy. So anyway, with all of this, it's just, they have to find ways to deal with the current budget. The way you do that is not by cutting executive compensation, unfortunately. The way you do that is by cutting lower level compensation that is paid out with liquid cash, effectively. Cutting the budgets of, or the payments of executives won't do anything. Which is mighty convenient, that when a business gets in a time of trouble, the executives don't suffer because cutting their pay doesn't really affect the bottom line that much, but that's how it's been set up. It's almost like it's been set up that way on purpose, but anyway. So with all of this, they're just trying to find ways to deal with the core problem of games being too expensive. And we all accept games are too expensive to make right now. They cost outrageous amounts of money, and the only way they can recoup it is with $70 charges. And even then, they sometimes do season passes or early access and other ways to try and milk people for more money. The other problem, I would argue, for PlayStation specifically has been, as we've seen in other articles we've talked about, the margin tightening up. When the margin tightens, you're making less money for every dollar spent to make that money. So, you know, you'd hope if you spend $1 on R&D, on game development, on manufacturing consoles, all of that split into this dollar. For every dollar you spend, you make $2. So, we just basically made a dollar profit investing $1, right? The problem with PlayStation is that margin has shrunk significantly. They should be making like 20 cents for every dollar. Right now, they're only making 6. And it's getting smaller and smaller as time goes by. And one of the reasons for that is because they've wasted a ton of money on very big projects that have gone absolutely nowhere. And this is something that Joraptor tweeted out about. Look at this. Sony's live service strategy so far. Announced The Last of Us Online. Canceled. London Studios fantasy game. Canceled. Deviation game's title. Canceled. Horizon Online. Conquered. Fair Games. Marathon. Helldivers has actually released and has done well. They first had 12 of these games planned to release before April of 2026. Now it's down to 6. The others are delayed. And we just heard that the Twisted Metal live service game has also been canceled. So that's 4 of the 12 games they were working on are just completely gone now. And this is Jim Ryan's doing. This is why I've said for months, it seemed to me that there was something fishy about Jim Ryan just magically retiring out of nowhere. It seemed to me like there might be something else going on, that he might have been welcomed to retire, because it's pretty rare for somebody to leave in the middle of a console generation. It's pretty odd. And this is starting to make a lot more sense, because all these numbers and all these things we're finding out about now, they knew 6 months ago. They've seen this coming for a long time. And so it makes sense that he might have been like, I'm just going to leave before everybody starts to find out how terrible this has been going. He doubled down on all of this. He greenlit all of these projects. Honestly, like these 3 that have been canceled, they're absolutely not making any money. Those just wasted tens or hundreds of millions of dollars that went nowhere. And then Concord, we know next to nothing about. Fair Games looks actually terrible. So that's probably also either canceled or going to get dumped or delayed indefinitely, or it releases and it's just a flop. Marathon, we still don't know much about it, but there is a lot of interest from the Destiny community because they're starting to get really fed up with Destiny. Concord, again, we just don't know anything about. Horizon, we know nothing about, but this has been a very, very expensive game. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that because they've also seen layoffs announced as part of this process. So there's just a handful of these things that have stacked, where Sony is just wasting money on live service games that are never seeing the light of day or that don't turn a profit and end up being just a total waste of time. And part of the reevaluation, I think, has come from the current COO that has taken over as managing director of PlayStation, or managing CEO, interim CEO. And he's coming in and kind of reevaluating everything and pushing Herman Hulst, who's the former one of the former head honchos at Guerrilla Games, and they're trying to reevaluate the whole business. PlayStation Studios boss, Herman Hulst, said that the platform holder is reevaluating how we operate as part of its decision to lay off 900 employees worldwide. They are laying off people at Insomniac, at Naughty Dog, at Guerrilla, at Firesprite, and London Studio, of course, is closing entirely. He confirmed the layoffs have also resulted in the cancellation of unnamed game projects, which also certainly includes London Studios' online co-op game set in a fantasy London. Quote, our goal at PlayStation Studios has been to make the best games for PlayStation fans, and our global community of studios represents some of the most creative and talented teams within the gaming industry. PlayStation 5 is in its 4th year, and we are at a stage where we need to step back and look at what our business needs. At the same time, our industry has experienced continuing and fundamental change, which affects how we all create, play, and play games, whatever the hell that means. Delivering the immersive narrative-driven stories that PlayStation Studios is known for at the quality bar we aspire to requires a reevaluation of how we operate. Delivering and sustaining social online experiences, allowing PlayStation gamers to explore our worlds in different ways, as well as launching games on additional devices such as PC and mobile requires a different approach and different resources. Basically, it just sounds like they've had a problem where they've realized they can't do the live service thing while also maintaining single player production at levels seen during the PS4 era. And that's frustrating them because that used to be the thing that kind of bankrolled their whole operation. And this entire year, they have no first party PlayStation games coming out. They just have nothing. And what we've gotten from other first party studios like Naughty Dog have been nothing but like remakes and remasters for years. So it's like, what are you doing? What have you been doing? What is supposed to sell on the platform? Like selling PS5s is great, but where PlayStation has the biggest margin are in their first party studio games where they make like 95% profit off of every sale. Like their back end costs are negligible. Their marketing costs are negligible compared to the pure profit they make through PlayStation Online Store. So it's like naturally they're trying to find ways to fix that, but they've just poured so much time and money into this live service experiment that they've just wasted tons of time. And I think it was a major miscalculation on the part of Jim Ryan to say that like Naughty Dog could make The Last of Us Part 3 while also producing a live service online game. And it seems like just now they realized you can't do that. That's not how this works. And games like Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League are showing these big corporate execs, you can't just take a single player studio, have them make a live service game and expect the audience to like it. The game could even be pretty good, but if the fan base is upset that you even dared to do that, you're already fighting such a big uphill battle that it just, you're really fighting a difficult fight. He of course doubles down on bringing games to additional devices like PC and mobile. This only makes sense because it's just easy money. Like if you're going to develop a game such as The Last of Us Part 2, you would think that they just bring that to PC, like when the show season 2 launches and it sells tons of extra copies. Even if it sells 1 million copies or 100,000 copies, whatever, that's still 100,000 copies more than they had before. And it's a lot easier to port a game than develop an entirely new one. So just do that. Ooh, I just got a delivery. I ordered 15 doorknobs because I'm replacing all of the doorknobs in my house because they're all this like kind of gaudy gold that was popular in like 2004. And so I ordered all of these nice like matte black doorknobs and I'm replacing all of them. But 15 doorknobs is a lot more expensive than you would think. you don't realize till you count up like all the doorknobs you need. Oh God. You're like, what? It was a whole thing. I've been there. New knobs make a difference. Yeah, they do. They really do. 2004, one of the best years for doorknobs. I agree. It was my favorite year personally. Anyway, he continues on to take on these challenges. PlayStation Studios had to grow. We have brought brilliant and successful studios into our family. We have invested in new technology and partnerships. We've recruited talent from across our industry and beyond. But growth itself is not an ambition. PlayStation Studios is committed to continually discovering ways to work together, collaborating and combining our efforts to ensure that we are able to craft games that push the boundaries of play and deliver what you expect from us. This to me sounds like, yeah, we expanded too much and now we need to cut the fat because we realized we bought a bunch of studios and we've hired more people than we actually need. And like, again, there's no way to say this without just being unpopular. Just because you have somebody employed to do a certain job does not mean that job pays for itself, right? Like if I right now hire a guy and I pay him, I don't know, $100,000 a year, and all he does is take my main channel videos and live channel videos and upload them to Rumble. That's all he does. He's working. He's making good money working, but I'm probably going to make nothing on that process, right? It would be a total waste of time, of money and effort for basically no benefit except maybe $3 of ad revenue and a bunch of brand damage because I'm on Rumble. So like it wouldn't actually be helpful, right? But when like in these cases, often, you know, you'll see the studio do something like that where they have a team working on a live service game that's never going to turn a profit, or developing a game that's so niche it doesn't really justify its cost. And then they'll fire those people and lay them off. And of course, then they look really, really bad. But it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's not the employee's fault they were hired for a job that wasn't profitable. That's the executive's fault for expanding too much and hiring somebody to do something that wasn't profitable. That's their fault for doing that. At the same time, like, what would you have them do? Not, like, continue paying them to do nothing, you know? I'll take 80K for uploading to Kick for you. Yeah, start streaming on Kick too. Dude, I've tried co-streaming on Kick a few times just because I was like, yeah, it's just a toggle. I'll just flip the switch and start co-streaming there too. But every time I do that, there's like one guy that shows up in chat and it's just like, hello? Is anyone here? Wow, chat is dead. Luke, you really fell off. It's just like, bro, you have almost 500,000 subs on your main channel and you only have 3 people in chat. It's like, bro, we're co-streaming and like, I get it, but like, can you stop? It's just a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Yeah, Rumble is like YouTube for banned people is the way I see it. Yeah, everybody that's on Rumble that I can think of was banned from YouTube, you know. It's just funny. Mini clips on TikTok. Oh, Grip Chief. Go look up Luke Stevens on TikTok. I have a guy for that. And he's fantastic. Anyway. All of this to say, the executives, they screw up, they hire too many people, and then, you know, they hire a bunch of people on that they have to then get rid of because it doesn't make sense to keep them on if they're just burning through money. So then they lay those people off. So they look like double idiots because they hired when they shouldn't and greenlit projects they shouldn't have, and then they fire them in crude ways. But I mean, again, what makes all this particularly sucky is that like Jim Ryan went to PlayStation Studios London and like actually shook hands and rubbed elbows with these people before he screwed them over and fired them all, which is just really gross. Really, really gross. We looked at our studios and our portfolio, evaluating projects in various stages of development. That's good. You should do that. And I've decided that some of those projects will not move forward. I wanted to be clear that the decision to stop work on these projects is not a reflection on the talent or passion of the team members. This is something I do think they deserve a little bit of credit for. Whenever we hear about game cancellations, a lot of people immediately jump to, oh, greedy executives or terrible managers or whatever. That plays into it. I would agree because they shouldn't have greenlit the projects in the first place. But sometimes projects are canceled because they honestly are not coming together. Like one of them that got a lot of people upset back in the day was the cancellation of Santa Monica Studios' new IP. Because before they did God of War 2018, they were working on this like sci-fi game. And it ended up being canceled and shut down. And then they moved everybody over to God of War 2018. Ended up being a really good thing, right? Because they didn't waste time on the sci-fi thing. They got to just focus on the God of War thing. But at the time that the announcement hit that they were canceling this new sci-fi game they were working on, everybody was like, oh my God, this is terrible. How could they cancel this? This is unbelievable. But it's like, sometimes the game just wasn't very good. You know, sometimes these executives, like Shohei Yoshida, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he sees, or he knows what he's looking for when he plays a game's demo and tries it out and is testing to see if he thinks that it could actually work and turn into something useful. And if he's looking at the game and he's like, this is never going to be successful. It's an interesting idea, but it's not coming together. Figure it out. And then they shut it down and they moved on. I think that it's much better to cancel the game than to get like a Suicide Squad or to get a Saints Row or a Forspoken. Those games, you could have evaluated those a year or two before they launched, looked at it and been like, nope, this is never going to do well. We need to either completely rework this or we need to just shut it down and try something else. You know, so I tend to be a little more forgiving when I hear that projects have been canceled because I have not seen the game. And if there was the chance that the game could make money, these executives would greenlight it. The fact that they shut it down, to me, says that they were so appalled at the state of it, or at just, they did not think it was coming together, that they just decided to walk away from it. So I tend to be a little bit more forgiving when I hear about cancellations than some other people, I think. Our philosophy has always been to allow creative experimentation. Sometimes great ideas don't become great games. Sometimes a project is started with the best of intentions before shifts within the market or industry result in a change of plan. Yeah, no, I think that this is a really good way of putting it. Sometimes great ideas don't become great games. It could have been the case with like that Last of Us Online game. I still hope we see that someday, or a form of it someday, because I can't imagine it was too terrible. But it probably was something where like you play it and after 10 hours or 20 hours, you're just kind of good. You've done the thing and you don't need to do much more. And they just decided, hey, this doesn't work for a live service game, for a full release of it. Let's just keep it on the side. We'll put it in like our next game as a sort of side mode or as a free update to get people to buy the game again. But it's just not going to work for a full release. Sometimes a cool idea, like, oh, it's going to be basically a battle royale with the combat of The Last of Us Part 2. That sounds really good at the outset, but in practice, it might not actually translate. Because they might have had to make like sacrifices graphically to get it running. And all of a sudden the Naughty Dog amazing graphical fidelity is lost. And you're like, okay, well, this isn't what I was hoping for, you know? I'm deeply saddened to see the talented individuals leave the company. I have so much admiration, appreciation, and respect for their work. PlayStation Studios will continue to be a creator-led organization driven by evolving our beloved franchises and bringing new gameplay experiences of the best quality to our fans. I don't think anybody cares, frankly. I think that people are generally frustrated. I'm even starting to see a lot of PlayStation fanboys get frustrated with the direction the company has taken. PlayStation has pissed off investors because their margin has tightened so much when they should be expanding their lead over Xbox. Microsoft's margins are widening. They're actually starting to make more and more money as time goes by. And as businesses like Game Pass start to expand and grow, they're actually doing better and better. PlayStation, the bigger the lead it gets over Xbox, the tighter the numbers become, which is not how that's supposed to work. And it's all because of mismanagement at the very top from people like Jim Ryan, greenlighting projects they should not have greenlit, wasting time and money on projects that will never, ever see the light of day. And there's nobody to blame but those people at the very, very top. Because those lower level devs, the guys at Naughty Dog, the guys at London Studio, Deviation Studios, or the guys working on the Twisted Metal live service game, these are all amazingly talented devs. It's not their fault that the executives greenlit these projects, told them this is what you're working on, and now are pulling the rug out from under them when they realize, oh no, this was a bad idea. It lands on them. It's their fault. It's their fault. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really think that there probably was a welcoming to retirement from executives at Sony. I just don't get the sense that it's a coincidence that Jim Ryan is retiring right as PlayStation is experiencing all of these struggles, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of service games that have gone nowhere, and tightenings of margins to the point where investors caused the stock price to plummet. Like, none of this is a coincidence. I don't think, you know. It's like they say one thing is an occurrence, two things is a coincidence, three times is a pattern, And in this case, there's like 5 or 6 things stacking up at once where it's like, okay, I don't think Jim Ryan is just retiring because he was tired of the long flights. I think he's retiring because his bosses were very, very mad at him wasting all of this money and basically blowing what could have been the generation to, without a doubt, shut down all console competition. Instead, like, they've had a couple of big games and it just hasn't been a very exciting year, or exciting generation rather. It's been 4 years with a handful of pretty good games, but I don't think there's been anywhere near the consistent flow of phenomenal releases that we got last time around. In the PS4 generation, we just had the steady drip of like Bloodborns, and then, you know, you get a little bit of maybe an Uncharted 4, and then you get maybe a little God of War 2018, and you get some Days Gone, and you get some Death Stranding, and you get The Last of Us Part 2 and Ghost of Tsushima, and all of these games just start getting dripped in slowly, bit by bit by bit by bit by bit. And this time around, it's like, yeah, we have a remake and then a remaster that's fine. And we did get Helldivers, but funnily enough, Helldivers has actually been mostly successful on PC, it seems. The numbers are somewhere between 60 and 75% of players for Helldivers are apparently on PC. They haven't released exact numbers as far as I'm aware, but it's something like 60, 70% of people that are playing that game are playing on PC. So, I mean, it's just, it's maddening that this is happening in a time when they should be excelling, but it just goes to show you one anthropomorphized thumb can just drive a business into the ground. And it's not just, I think it's the fallacy of American businesses is that every business has to be every business has to be totally heartless. These decisions affect human beings. Like greenlighting a project at London Studios that wasn't going to be successful lands on the people that greenlit it, and for it to then collapse and you to fire all of these people because of it, it's still your fault. It's not their fault. They did great work, I'm sure, on the game. But if the concept wasn't right and you had them greenlit and work on this for years and it goes nowhere and then you fire them all to punish them for it, it's ridiculous. Meanwhile, he retires with plenty of millions just fine. And he got to meet with them and take pictures and smile, and everybody got to suck up to him because he's the boss. He's the big guy in charge. You're not going to tell him off. So everybody's trying to be his best friend while he's there. And then he goes off and retires, not realizing they're cursing his very name afterwards. Now I can't unsee the thumb. Well, let me just show you. Let me just show you the side by side. Just, I mean, because you might not be aware of this, and I don't want anybody to like, Luke, this is uncharitable. Because I think factuality is crucial here. Okay. So I do think that that's important. Let me just pull up this side by side. Okay, here we go. Okay. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me move this. See what I mean? I think it's pretty close. I think they're pretty close, honestly. I mean, it's kind of uncanny when you think about it. Twins. Can we just appreciate how unsettling this is too? Even their legs are thumbs. The whole thing is thumbs. It's really scary. Spy Kids is classic, dude, for real. Spy Kids, man. What a day that was when I watched that for the first time. Anyway, so all of this to say, screw Jim Ryan. I think he's basically wasted 4 years of the PS5 gen. And now that he's leaving, it seems like even the most hardcore PlayStation fanboys are agreeing maybe this guy was bad for the business and was bad for PlayStation. And now we're starting to see the after effects. And it's going to be another year, basically, that we're going to see the trickle of the long-lasting effects of his era and his time at the helm. Because there's going to be even more projects canceled. There's going to be even more live service games that release and flop. And it all just lands basically on his shoulders for pushing for that so hard. And it's what really sucks because he made those decisions, greenlit all of that, and he will be gone and he won't have to suffer any of the negative like press or reception because he'll be retired. He doesn't really care at that point. It's not his problem. So it's going to be another year or two, but we'll see who they replace him with. The new guy that's currently acting CEO is the COO, and he's, I think, from the mobile division. He's a guy with a background in maximizing margins, funnily enough, which is apparently why the CEO of PlayStation and the board of Sony, why the board put him in charge of PlayStation in the interim, because his whole MO, his whole modus operandi is finding ways to increase profitability. And that's what they're trying to do at PlayStation right now. That's why they're laying people off. It's why they're going to cancel a bunch of projects. There's probably in the next few months going to be even more projects canceled and even more layoffs and stuff. And so I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And we're probably only going to start to see PlayStation start to get back into the groove later next year, I think. I think there's going to be a solid year where PlayStation is just kind of doing not much, and it's going to be a little weird. It's going to be very, very quiet. Yeah, at least Jim allowed PC ports. Yeah, perhaps that's the one good thing that he did, is that he greenlit those PC ports. Other than that, I really struggle to find anything that he did that was particularly useful or productive. Most of the things that have happened that were good during his tenure were greenlit by Sean Layden at the end of the PS4 era. So, like, Jim's whole thing was live service. That was his whole pitch, was doubling the budget of the PlayStation portfolio development teams and everything, and spending that extra money to just do 12 live service games in the next 2-3 years. And all of that went nowhere. It just burnt cash. The only thing they've done that's made any money has been Helldivers, and even then it's not really clear just how much of a gap that closed. Because again, like these live service games, the whole idea is that you have 1 or 2 hits that pay for all of the failures and then make even more money on top of that. And Helldivers happens to be a game I don't think they were expecting to be huge or very successful, and so it's not monetized out the ass. So it's not it's probably not printing money as much as they would have thought it would. So anyway. So cheers, Jim. Go dry up. Okay. Oh man, I just remembered. I saw this clip on TikTok earlier, and I just can't unhear it. Every time I look at anything I don't like, I play this sound in the back of my head. So I need to add it to the soundboard. Hold on. Let's see, which one's this?
I called for help twice. Look here.
Maybe this one?
Never gonna financially recover from this.
Catch me outside. How about that?
That's a good one. I'll record it here. Hold on. Okay. Listen to this. So whenever I think of like, hey, Jim Ryan, screw you, man, I just hear this in the back of my head.
How dare you, Mr. Spears? You had me fooled. And you too, Mrs. Spears. Death to all of them.
She's just hosting a talk show. It's just death to all of them. She's so insane. Well, now it's sad because she has like early onset dementia. That's not an insane joke. I'm just saying she'd come out of left field with these takes where it's just like, oh my God. Like, what?
Had me fooled. And you too, Mrs. Spears. Death to all of them.
Jesus. Everybody in the crowd is like, whoa. What?
Death to all of them.
Okay, so now I have that on the soundboard. Please hold while I save it. Please hold. I have to save this so that we have it for the future. Save. Save, okay. And then samples, make sure samples are saved. Okay. Voila. Okay.
Death to all of them.
It just makes me laugh. I don't know why. Death to all of them. Oh God. Yeah, when we're speaking about the automatons.
Death to all of them.
Oh God. Okay. Let's talk about this one. Okay. Keeping in the same vein as PlayStation. Okay. Let's talk about this one. Oh, sorry, Jacob. New segment. Okay. I know some of you guys might not like him. But I like their games. Of course, I'm talking about Scopely with WWE Champion. No, I'm kidding. We're talking about, of course, Naughty Dog. Neil Druckmann has his own group of fans and detractors, shall we say. And he's been quiet. You know, they've been working on this show. They've been working on some, like the online game that was canceled. They've just been all over the place. But he's recently spoken a little bit about sort of the behind the scenes, because we don't really hear a whole lot about the behind the scenes with game development. It's why I love those documentaries they've been doing. They did it with like Raising Kratos. They've done, they just did one with Hideo Kojima on Disney Plus of all places. They did The Last of Us, the making of The Last of Us Part 2 with Grounded 2. I just love this stuff. I think it's great. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Are you guys seeing buffering? I'm not seeing any. I don't know why it's saying that. That's weird, because I'm not showing any dips. I think it's fine. I'm gonna ignore it. Anyway, I love those documentaries because I think it gives us a really good look at the human component of game development, because so often it's easy to just sort of mentally disconnect and just think of the studios as these sort of amorphous things free of a human component. Like, you know, it's something to remember with even a game that's not particularly good, or that's creatively or morally or financially bankrupt, like a Fallout 76. You thought I was going to say Suicide Squad. No, I intentionally said Fallout 76. Even with that, which is probably the most egregious example of just I would dare to say even evil. Like, they knew that was a broken pile of garbage and they still sold it to people, and they hid it from people so that they could still sell it. Like, the whole thing was just scummy beyond belief. And with that, like, it's easy to be like, screw Bethesda, screw ZeniMax, screw all those guys. There's still people there. There's human beings that are behind it, that worked their ass off and did the best they could, and the game just didn't click together. There was, of course, let's see, is this it? No. Let me see if I can find my own clip on it. Yeah. We did a clip of this before. No Clip did a documentary on it, but like this guy, a former dev that worked on Fallout 76 that now is making his own game, and it looks fantastic. It looks great. I highly recommend you go check out the clip we did on it. That's a big deep dive. We have all the links and everything. But like, this is a human being that worked on Fallout 76. When you go and you're like, like, you know, you say, oh, I played Fallout 76, and you know what I think of it?
Death to all of them.
That's not fair. Okay. It's still a group of human beings that put this together. Okay. It's important to remember that there's a human side to game development. Okay. And on the other side of it are people that are trying their best to work with some different complex ideas and put something together. This was one of the most interesting things. In an interview with rapper Logic, okay, Naughty Dog's president said that he could envision himself transitioning to something more low-key, which enables him to continue being creative in a less stressful environment while also spending more time with his kids. Asked if he sees himself making games forever, Druckmann said recently that he really enjoyed working on other creative projects like HBO's The Last of Us TV show and a Halloween Horror Nights experience at Universal Studios. I've actually been to this Universal Studios Hollywood Horror Nights thing. I went to it, and I guess be warned if you suffer from epilepsy and bright flashing lights might trigger anything. So just be warned, there's going to be flashing lights on this. But this thing, I went to it. I have I can probably show you even a picture. I'm going to hold it up to the camera like a boomer. Okay, you ready? You ready for this? I think I filmed it on this phone. That would have been what, October? Like early October of 2023. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. I think we moved right after we got back. Yeah. Yeah. I'm almost there. Please hold. Please hold. It's going to be worth it because it's going to be a picture of me at a place which you should care about for some reason. No, that's the boat. Yeah, here it is. It's like, this is me in front of the show building they're showing right here. So this building, The Last of Us, that's that you're seeing right there in the picture. That's that. Okay. So I went to this. I actually tried it. It was fine. It lasted all of maybe 90 seconds. It was ridiculously short. It was so loud inside, you couldn't really hear much of anything. And it was a bunch of small little vignettes of just like somebody that looks vaguely like Ellie coming around a corner, holding a gun. Get down! And then moving. And then coming out, get down! Moving. Get down! Moving. See this whole thing, and then there's a guy dressed up like Joel that pops out. And the whole name of the game with these things, yeah, see the Joel lookalike. The whole name of the game with these is to just pump as many people through as you could possibly fit, like as quickly as you can. So it's not really about actually building tension or creating a really interesting thing. It's purely about volume. I was actually quite disappointed. It was fine. But yeah, like see that Joel lookalike? He's a little chunky. A little bit bigger than I remember Joel looking. But it just, for me, it didn't really work, unfortunately. I was really hopeful. I was looking forward to it. But the line was also so slow that you saw people bounce out and jump out like twice or 3 times before you actually cleared through. The makeup was really good. The clickers looked great. There's a bloater later on. These costumes looked really, really good. I don't think the footage does them justice, but I think there's another bloater up here. Yeah. You can barely see it. Barely see it. But it was fine. It was fine. But apparently Neil Druckmann worked on this. I don't really know what he was supposed to do, but I don't know. It just was fine. It was fine. Anyway, he apparently did an interview with Logic the rapper. And he said he really enjoyed this other stuff. He said, I guess that I don't see myself doing this forever at this scale, he said. It's just a lot, and it takes a lot out of you. It's very stressful to manage that many people in multiple studios worldwide. So you were talking about how you're entertaining this new phase in your life where your kids are number one, and I'm in a similar place where my kids are number one. And I know that, especially my daughter's now 13, and I feel like life's pulling her away from me. I know that time is limited, so it's very precious to me, and I don't want to waste it when they do want to spend time with me. And that's number one. Yeah, so I'm at a point in my life where it's like you start looking at what's the end game here. When is it time to call it? Druckmann said he's a big Quentin Tarantino fan and he's keen to find out if the director sticks to his public comments about making no more than 10 films. He thinks Pulp Fiction director will, but that he'll end up making TV shows or doing something else creative. So I could see myself transitioning to something that's more low key and lower stressed that still allows me to have this creative outlet, Druckmann said. But, you know, I've started thinking about how many more of these games do I have in me, and it's not that many. Interesting. I mean, one of the things that everybody who worked on like Uncharted 4 said, everybody said that game like nearly made them quit game development fully. That whole project apparently was just a nightmare. So a lot of people were just like, I need to walk away. And then for a lot of them, they then like flipped right on into The Last of Us Part 2 right after. And that was another nightmare of crunch. And then COVID hit, and then the story leaks hit. And it was just like wave after wave after wave of awful thing that just made it harder and harder, which I think is why they're taking their time with this next game, is that they're just like, let's not rush it. They of course described in Grounded 2, they're trying to completely get rid of crunch. So it seems like they're trying to take their time, not rush stuff, you know, only release it when they really feel it's ready and things like that. And of course, trying to bypass the potential drama with leaks and everything. He goes on, Druckmann went on to say that everything's changed following the release of 2009's Uncharted 2 and that he's been a victim of his own success. Uncharted 2 was the most fun I had making games I've worked on, because Uncharted 1, a lot of people loved it, but it wasn't this huge success. It was successful enough, again, that we made Sony happy, we made enough money, but with Uncharted 2, we felt like we had something really special, like we all knew it, and we knew we were flying under the radar, and no one was going to expect what we were about to deliver. And I remember we'd spend late nights playing the multiplayer as well, and there was just this camaraderie, and the stress wasn't there. And afterwards, everything was, or has been, incredibly stressful after Uncharted 2, because now you're no longer flying under the radar. Now everybody is expecting something to be great. Makes sense. Maybe that's part of the reason why some of these executives go and form new studios out of nowhere, because they're like, I just want to fly under the radar again. I want to develop something without the stress of, well, it's Naughty Dog, it has to be the best thing ever, you know? And you have to think, how do we make it great, and how do we do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're just repeating ourselves? So you always have to make it great and new, which is really, really hard. Druckmann recently confirmed that he has a concept for the Last of Us game in mind, the next third Last of Us game in mind, and he thinks that there will be one more chapter to the story. Sony Interactive Entertainment said on Monday it plans to lay off about 8% of its staff. Yep. And some people at Naughty Dog are being laid off as well. So I get it. I mean, with all this, doesn't have that many big games left in him, but still, if you think that each game takes 5 to 6 years, even if there's only 2 left in him, he's going to be in his like late 50s. Because I don't know, what is he, like 40 something right now? So he's probably late 50s by the time he's like, okay, I want to kind of retire a little bit, calm down, do that. Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. And if he moves from the direct oversight role into like executive producer, kind of like Todd Howard is trying to do, that could work quite well. I think that could work perfectly well. But a lot of these creative types, like whenever you have a studio that's kind of built around a singular guy, they are really struggling, because that is a tough spot to be in. If he's sick, the whole team is kind of rudderless for a week. You know, there's all of this difficulty with tying up one person as the guy in a studio. And Starfield's development process apparently suffered from it, because everybody was waiting to share stuff with Todd. And if Todd was not available, then the teams just kind of sat around waiting for final approval and greenlighting from the big man. And it's the same thing with Hideo Kojima and Kojima Productions. Hidetaka Miyazaki, he's done a good job of trying to split it, but he still is in the direct oversight and direction role at From Software. So he's, of course, spread pretty thin. And then Neil Druckmann with Naughty Dog is, of course, spread pretty thin. And we're just reaching a time where I think in the next like 10 years, you're going to see a lot of these veterans starting to step away and retire, or do the executive producer role and stop directing their own projects. And that just means that there's going to have to be a new guard of developers that come up and take over, because there will be a next generation of Kojimas, of Miyazakis, of Druckmanns, of big creative forces like Todd Howard. It's just a matter of discovering them. And the only way you get them discovered is if you give them the chance to make some new, crazy, exciting things. And that comes when these guys step away and make room for them. So I'm hopeful. I'm looking forward to it. I hope we get some really, really talented people to just come out of nowhere and blow us all away. But time will tell. Time will tell. Neil wants Hollywood. I think he really likes, with film production, it seems like the pre-production process is much more laid back. Like, you have some conference calls you do from home with other producers, but it's just kind of like broadly trying to figure everything out. Then your production staff figures out locations. You have a separate team that just handles cameras and equipment and everything. So as a director, you're just basically making creative choices. And then you shoot for maybe 3 months for a film, or maybe a couple weeks or a few weeks for a TV episode, and then you're done with your episode and you move on, or you're done with the film and you move on, and it goes into editing and post-production, which is just kind of like a waiting game for all the shots to come through that you give approval or not. And so I think it's much lower pressure than game development. Game development, like, you're working for 5 years day and night on one thing, and it's, things are constantly breaking and not working quite right, and it just seems like it's miserable. I do think the next generation of game development tools will potentially make that a little bit easier, but as of right now, it just seems like it is game development is basically a like burnout simulator. It's just, how miserable can we make you? Oh, Honest Game Trailers just released one on Suicide Squad. Do I need to see this? Okay. Let's see. Honest Game Trailers, Suicide Squad. This just popped up for me. Now I'm curious.
Following is rated S for spoilers.
Let's see it.
From the studio that gave us the Batman games that dive kick their way into everyone's hearts, and an IP that's good, 50% of the time.
Normals is setting on the dryer.
Snarl's not going to wash the taste of that stinker out. Comes a game that's 50% of the way towards being a good time, but ultimately winds up being a little less gun and a lot more airs. Yep, just walking over some cool shit in the background works every time. Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Witness the house fire that is Suicide Squad's tumultuous launch after development problems, multiple delays, and a pretty lukewarm reception, creating one of the biggest L's for Rocksteady to date, in another shining example of what happens when developers go out of their usual wheelhouse and make live service games just to please their shareholder masters. I just hope that another game that got delayed forever doesn't make mistakes like this one. Oops. Or should I say, arr. It's almost like they've learned nothing. Take to the skies with the most ragtag, useless team of heroes Amanda Waller could scrape out of Arkham's basement.
Waller out.
Except for King Shark, he's a gem. As Metropolis is ravaged by an alien invader. And the Justice League, despite having a fast man that can bend time, the world's greatest detective, a guy that can literally make anything with light, and an all-powerful demigod, gets brainwashed to do some good old-fashioned world domineering. And the last hope of taking down an interplanetary nerd with a hard-on for conquest
the worst endgame boss
is
fight,
this bundle of
ever.
idiots.
It was so
where
bad.
you'll shoot, and shoot some more at superheroes that have a track record of that not really working well against them. But somehow, through the power of really toxic friendship, they'll assassinate all the heroes you like. Ugh, even if it is a Suicide Squad game, Batman getting taken out like that feels disrespectful to his parents.
Come on, champ, let's go watch our parents die. It's what we deserve.
In a story that definitely has an interesting premise, but is absolute nonsense if you put down the controller long enough to actually think about it. Assuming you even get that far. Hey, I wonder why I never put 2 and 2 together. Oh, kill combo! That alien exploded. Shoot your way through the only actual redeeming features of this game, the gunplay, that mixes wild traversal with smooth third-person mechanics, as each character has a different playstyle to mix things up, and they throw enough enemies at you from all over to make sure you're always on your toes. That will make you feel like you won't ever get tired of it. Until you do. As skill progression feels mediocre, guns start to feel same-ish, and they make you do the same 3 types of modes over and over again. That feels like they definitely had a real winning formula if they didn't put it into the most boring arena ever. I'm sure this would be a lot more fun with other people. Let's see.
Yeah, you straight up can't
So
match
this
make.
is what it feels like to be Aquaman.
Why didn't you invite me?
Oh, to tell the fish to get out of the way? No, they figured it out.
Explore the ruins of this once great monument to human ingenuity. I mean Metropolis, not this franchise. As you use your bombastic traversal to do a bunch of menial labor, where you'll take out contracts and side quests, all in hopes of getting the better color guns, until you've finally done the plot stuff to actually kill a Justice League, which would have been fine if literally any of that didn't just end up with you shooting more of the same aliens in the same faces in the same exact way. They're just lucky that video games have basically turned getting loot into a gambling addiction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing any of this.
Dude, straight up. And I told you guys, I had like 2 former Rocksteady devs reach out to me through email and DMs saying that my suspicions about like the game's behind the scenes stuff, heavily suggesting that these like loot box things were actually at one time loot boxes that were reworked into the reward drops for this. You know, at one time these would have been purchasable basically. And instead, like, they took them out as rewards for missions. But I'm just shocked, like, with all of this, the most baffling thing about all of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is just that after all this time, there is so little content. They even delayed it basically a year and a half, 2 years. And they only could muster up 3 different missions. 3 missions for the end game. It's amazing. It's crazy.
Have basically turned getting loot into a gambling addiction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing any of this. So get ready to mindlessly farm guns and try to have a little fun in a game that had all the bells and whistles to be great, but was probably a decade too late to catch the fad for any future content to come to fruition that you'll probably enjoy for a little while, until you realize that like all DC franchises, it might need a James Gunn-style intervention. Ah, the circle of life. Starring...
For real, if it came out in like 2016, 17, I could see this being successful. I think that would have made sense. But nowadays, it's just way too little too late.
Kangaroo Jackass, Deep-Seated Family, Issue Shark Doot 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 Doot, Dead in the Water Shot, Marno Robbie, Very Mad TV, NordVPN. So I just started blasting. Chlorophyll poisoning Tiny Tina. Definitely kisses his anime body pillow. Pre-ejaculation man. The Bat from Fern Gully. EDM light show. Straight up Omni-Man. Wonder Woman just barely holding it together. Twig Apocalypse. And pre-hair plugs Elon Musk. Suicide Squad. Kill the Franchise League.
That was pretty good. That's pretty good.
No, the only realistic thing about the Suicide Squad is that the Riddler would absolutely put up a bunch of puzzles and trophies during a little apocalypse. Look, I can deal with poison gas and gang violence, but what I won't stand for is having to run around another game to do a bunch of zero-budget escape rooms. Comment below on what you want to hear in my epic voice, and check out these other epic...
In my epic voice. Man. Yeah, the other thing was like the skill tree. They mentioned that, and that it's so bafflingly bad, and yet they talked about it so confidently pre-launch as if it was so robust. Where even is it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Mr. Skill Tree. Okay, well, I guess I can't find it. Bummer. Bummer. I keep hoping I'll stumble onto it, but I'm just not.
At that far.
Yeah, if you can get that far, maybe here. There's just so much with this game where it's just, it's so confusing. I'm really hopeful we get that big Jason Schreier breakdown of, oh, this is what happened, and then everything makes sense. But as of right now, just it's so confusing because they had so much time and yet there's so little there. It's wild. He didn't say Waller out. I know, big missed opportunity, right? Focusing on the entire skill tree on combos was super weird to me. Yeah, well, and it's like, it's not even a skill tree because how it works is like, how it works is that you have a few different columns. So you have like this box over here, this column, you have this middle column, and each of these like lean into a particular play style, right? But how they'll do it is that they'll have like 2 options, and then 1 option, and then 1 option, and then 3 options. And these might be, you know, little bitty differences where it's like, oh, you can, maybe this one is like you double the damage on your big ultimate ability. This one might be that you get a plus 10% to crit chance. And this one might be that you get improved shotgun damage or whatever. And so they try to lean into different play styles. But basically what ends up happening is that no matter which way you go, like if you go the yellow route and we just go, let's use a crayon. You go boop, 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 boop. You're not actually playing that differently from the guy that's going like this. You know, you're really not. It might feel like you are initially, but when you actually look at the different abilities you're choosing, you're sharing more abilities than you're not, most likely, because some of these people are going to go off this way and split that way. Others are going to go over here, share that one with yellow. And so they've only got one different choice than the people that were going for a totally different kind of build. So they act as though it's this big, vast skill tree when it's really not. It's like a skill branch. It's just 3 branches that they act are like they're trees independently, but they're really, really not. Granted, this is probably better than the Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Skill bush. I have to not spell it like Valhalla. Valhalla skill tree. Because this skill tree was such a nightmare. Like, look at it. Let me pull it up in a open image in new tab. There we go. Like, look at this thing. This thing was a nightmare. Even down to the point where this center piece right here, in case you haven't played it, if you wanted to just like, each one of these little nodes is its own thing. You redeem for a skill point. So by like level 20, you're already getting bored of going through and selecting node, 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 or node. And then next time you level up, you get that node. It just gets really, really tedious. So people started just probably complaining about it in play tests. So they changed it. So now you can just select this button and it automatically applies the skill points for you. And they acted like this was some big, vast skill tree, but it's like, it's more of a bush. It's more of a bush. And it's so annoying to deal with that they even realized it and put in an auto deploy skill point thing. Like if your skill tree is so boring and uninteresting that you give players a button to just skip it, I don't know if it's an RPG anymore, you know? And they kept adding more. You're right. You're right. Like there were, now it's, I think, even bigger than this. Like it goes all the way out another 20, 30%. Because there's just way, way more. It was just like, okay, more does not mean better. I think for the devs, they probably thought that it was like, oh, there's so much variation. You can do so many different things. But I think it was just an example of how players can get overwhelmed. At least with like AC Odyssey or Origins, there were some differences. Like, you know, there was the warrior trees where these were all just melee. These were all just ranged. And these were all pretty much just stealth stuff, or like survival stuff. And so they actually were very independent, and if you leaned into one play style over all of the others, it actually felt really different, you know. Let it be known, Luke doesn't like Bush. I don't like skill Bush. I tried playing Valhalla for the 4th time a couple months ago and got to the point where I asked myself, why am I doing this to myself? Dude, that's a thing. That is absolutely a thing that you will feel when you try to play that game, without a doubt. Okay, let's talk about something that makes us feel happy. Okay. I think we'll do it like this. Okay. So, Arrowhead developers, the guys behind Helldivers 2, are teasing exciting new plans after they resolved server issues. If you've been living under a rock somehow, basically all you need to know is that Helldivers 2 was so popular that it was breaking all sorts of records. It was breaking concurrent player count expectations. And so there was a period for like a week and a half where it seemed like if you really wanted to play the game, you just couldn't. There was also no penalty for being AFK. So a lot of players were just logging in and then they would not close the game. Even if they went to sleep, even if they went to school or work, they would just leave the game running so that they wouldn't be kicked out of the server and have to sit in the queue. So you had a big problem where if you wanted to play the game, you'd have to log in and basically get up from your computer and go do something else for 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever, and just hope that you got in. Because my understanding is how it worked is that they didn't actually have a queue system at launch. How it worked is like if you logged in and it checked the server status, and if the servers were full, what it would do is it would then be, okay, we'll try again in 30 seconds. And it would count down 30 seconds. And then it would try logging in again, check the servers. If there's a spot available, you load in. If there's not, it just gives you the same message again, and it just cycles. And because there was no queue, it was kind of a free-for-all. So it wasn't necessarily a matter of first in, first out, or first come, first serve. Rather, it was, you just had to be lucky enough that when the 30 seconds expired and it checked again, your 30-second timer lined up perfectly with when a bunch of players logged out so that you could load in. It's kind of a crapshoot. So it's just a mess. But again, it's because they didn't ask or they didn't expect anywhere near this level of success, which is a very good problem to have. But it took them a while to figure it out. But they have actually figured it out. They've actually been able to raise the concurrent player cap to 800,000 players. And they've been working their butts off to make it work. And now there basically are no server issues. They've completely fixed it, which is fantastic to hear. I think that's amazing. They said on SteamDB, they've actually managed to hit 458,000 players on Saturday. That's just on PC. And there are some counts I've seen all over where some people are saying 60% of the player base is on Steam. Other people are saying it's more than that. Either way, without a doubt, they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people playing at any given moment. And they have probably millions playing throughout the day. 1 million, 2 million each day cycling in and out. It's just crazy successful. He goes on to say, now we have time to focus on improvements to the title and resume our original plan. Many exciting things upcoming. He said earlier this month, the studio is working on an updated content roadmap for the game. Our old roadmap is very out of date in comparison to what we want to do now, because surely now that they have this many players, they're getting calls from Sony being like, hey, you can probably expedite some of those production plans, maybe speed up the production of like the mechs and things like that, figure out how to make that work. So they're ramping it up. And as you can see, we've talked about this before on stream and in Luke Stevens live clips, they're beefing up content plans. They're hiring more people to expand their team to be able to do it faster and more efficiently. As for what exactly they bring to the table, it's kind of up in the air. There's a few things we do know. For example, Mechs, they already announced that that's going to be coming. As for other things, a lot of people have been asking for a while, pretty much since the moment the game came out. They've been asking for melee weapons like swords, which is interesting. I mean, I think we would all be open to that. The idea that we could get swords. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the exact tweet. Piostat, it's the CEO. Yeah. Okay, so this was a tweet thread. I'm just going to read through it so we get the full picture, okay? Okay, so this one was debunked. He never said DLSS was not coming. So he goes on. He was replying to this saying, I only said gameplay is better than cool tech, which is absolutely true. I don't really care that much about DLSS or ray tracing and stuff. So long as the game is fun, you can get away with pretty much anything. But this person replied to him and said, can we get swords, laser swords? Melee needs more zest. And he replied, haha, I love swords. Drive me closer. I want to hit them with my sword. Felix, our art director, and Meek, the game director, got into an argument about how sensible this is. We'll see what the result is. Popcorn emoji. So they've talked about it. They've thought about it. We might just see it. I think it would be awesome if they added swords and if they leaned into that. And it's like, yeah, you have some people that run with shotguns and maybe a special heavy weapon is a massive, great sword, laser sword thing that you can just chop through waves of grunts. I think that could be super sick. And I would love to see it. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that they might be able to add something like that in the future. It only makes sense, right? It's too easy. It's too easy. It just makes too much sense. Other things that have been described, like, of course, Mechs. They actually shared a clip of this. Let me see if I can see this. This was posted 9 days ago from a dev, apparently. Mechs been good to go for a while. There's still some additional polishing being done by people who can't assist with the server issues. So apparently they already have that stuff mostly sorted. If we go to videos, maybe we can see this. Yeah, these clips of climbing into the Mechs. I mean, come on. I don't know how this works. I don't know if this is like a level 25 stratagem you call in and you do that. I don't know how exactly they split it, but it could be really, really cool. And if this is a way to like really have compelling anti-tank weaponry, that could be awesome. Balancing it is a big question for sure. So maybe it's a new mission type where, you know, you like take some objective and it releases one of these and then you hop in and then you have to go fight a Bile Titan or something like that could work. Or, you know, if it's just a really high level stratagem with like a 20-minute cooldown, that could work. And it has limited ammunition that can't be refilled with ammo drops. There has to be some way of balancing it so players don't just drop one of these and then waltz through all of these missions. It could be that just because it's slow, you're going to take a lot of damage, especially against automatons who are just going to shoot you with a really big profile like this. So it could be that it just kind of balances itself in those cases, but it's going to be interesting. I think it's one of those things where you just don't know how it's going to balance until you put it in the game and see how the bugs and automatons respond to it. Because like I said, it could just balance itself if it takes enough damage that it drops after 2 minutes of use just from all the damage it takes. And then you wait 5 minutes, you call in another one. That could work. Limited ammo could work, but I think that that's a really, like, that's one of those artificial limitations that just feels bad. Because there's no reason, if you can call in a mech, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to also call in more ammunition barrels for it, or for its minigun, or more missiles for its missile rack. Like, it would make sense that you could do that. So, not to mention that it feels stupid to have like this huge, awesome mech that's all of a sudden useless because it doesn't have enough ammunition. So I think that's a lamer way of balancing it versus it just taking damage and blowing up. So we'll see. Yeah, like the 500 G nuke stratagem. Yeah. I think that's probably what they do. It's just a really high level. I think that nuke stratagem, is it level 15 or 20? I want to say 15. I think it's lower than I'm thinking. But that one, that's a stratagem that I think makes a lot of sense. Or maybe they make this so it's specifically something you have to unlock through ship upgrades. It's like a late game upgrade, and you have to upgrade your ship to do it using rare samples and stuff. You know, maybe that's how they do it. I don't know. But they've certainly thought about it, and apparently it's working in the game. They just are polishing it and working on it. And now that the server issues are pretty much figured out, now all of their engineering and software staff can go and work on this specifically, which is awesome to hear. It's awesome to hear that they're getting their feet under them. I'm having fun. I'm having a great time. Matchmaking is also greatly improved. Yesterday, I popped in for like an hour and did a couple of missions. And the people I matchmade with were awesome. They were like, people are getting really good at the game. So like we had no team kills. We had no issues with stratagems going in where they shouldn't or anything. Like it's amazing. Like the community's really starting to click and vibe together, and it's awesome to see. I'm loving it. Let's see, what else do we got? I haven't had server or matchmaking issues since the start of the weekend. Yeah, I haven't had any in a minute, which is awesome. I need to get my boys together. We got to play again. Okay. It just works. Buying a PS5 just to hell dive. Welcome to the fight. The only toxic people have been cheaters on PC. Oh, really? I haven't seen any cheaters. If anything, I've heard that the anti-cheat is too aggressive. I think, was it Mutahar did a video bashing the anti-cheat? I don't know. I didn't see it, to be clear. I heard people talking about a YouTuber being upset about the anti-cheat. I had a griefer in Helldivers. He wiped the squad during extraction for no reason after 30 minutes together. Yeah, see that, I think they could benefit from like a report system where they track like how many team kills you have, and then they just like ban you. Because one interesting thing they did, which might be like laying the groundwork for this, one interesting thing they did is that they make you tie it to a PlayStation account to be able to start playing. And so presumably, if you're found to be cheating, or eventually if they have systems for like griefers, they could do something where they not just ban like your Steam account, but they also ban your PlayStation account. So instantly you are locked out based on your PlayStation and PC account. So in order to grief consistently, you would have to create like duplicate PlayStation and PC accounts in order to do that, which is just, it'd be very hardcore. I think that would be enough of an inconvenience where people would just be like, screw it. A cheater was getting us 2,000 samples per mission. How would he even do that? I don't even know. That's crazy. I think a ban is too harsh. I mean, yeah, I don't think you should immediately go to a ban, but they have the option if somebody's cheating particularly aggressively, then you could do that. As for, or if it's like repeated offenses. As for bans, I mean, I think Valorant, I think they do the thing where it's like a week that you'll get basically timed out. It's like your account is banned for a week or 2 weeks or a month or something. They do that. So it's not like your entire account is screwed, but they're just like, yeah, go sit on the bench for a while. If you're cheating and breaking terms of service, then yeah, a ban is way more reasonable than griefing. Or what was it they just announced for, I think it was Rainbow Six. They said if they detected, I saw the clip where they said if you're playing Rainbow Six on console and they detect using one of their anti-cheat things that you're using a mouse and keyboard input in the game through console, so you're playing console players but you're using a mouse and keyboard, they will take your account, flag it, and then you're only going to be match made with PC players. So they're not going to ban you. They're just going to put you with people also using mouse and keyboard. And all of a sudden, you're not going to be doing that that well. Which I personally love those types of anti-cheat systems, like the shadow ban, or was it Call of Duty that did it, where like there were the guys, I think it was Call of Duty, like Warzone, where if they detected a cheater, they would make the fall damage spike by like 600% or something. So people were just like jumping off of stairs 3 feet in Warzone and dying of fall damage instantly. And people were going on to like Reddit and TikTok and places posting these clips of them dying after jumping from 3 feet. And like, my game is bugged. My game is bugged. Somebody help me. And everybody in the comments is like, lol, you just got caught cheating. Sucks to suck, dude. Play the game for real. And, you know, so people accidentally out themselves for cheating, which is really, really funny. Because there's nothing funnier than somebody cheating in like a live service game and then like leaking it themselves, like actually revealing it themselves because they didn't realize that this was all part of a master plan to make people look stupid. Call of Duty also did the thing where they made it so if you were cheating, your account would get flagged, and then you go into public lobbies, but you couldn't deal damage. And so these people, like, there were instances of streamers going into public lobbies while streaming and not being able to deal damage to anybody. And they're like, my game is bugged, I can't deal damage. And it's like, sure can't. Isn't that funny? Isn't it strange? I wonder why. Interesting. Okay. New segment. Okay. This is another Helldivers discussion, and I want to hear from you guys this too. Okay, I want to hear your thoughts on this. This is an op-ed basically from PC Gamer. Okay, so this isn't a Kotaku article. These are actual like gamers as far as we can tell. So the title of the article is Helldivers 2's first big war isn't suffering because of tough evac missions or metal hoarding farmers. It's the pass or fail reward structure that's spoiling the fun. Interesting thesis. Let's hear them out before we pass judgment, okay? Let's see. I've been enjoying Helldivers 2 a whole lot. Specifically, I've loved the feeling of being that disposable, fragile grunt in the middle of a large-scale galactic war. That feeling that there's something bad happening at every turn is a whole lot of fun, and it's why every other day there's a TikTok of some Helldiver ducking and weaving, barely making it to a pelican, or making it into a pelican on a razor's edge. I also adore the concept of adding piddly little percentage points to a planet defenses, at least in theory. In practice, however, the current major order has a few issues. Ones that are solvable now that Arrowhead's Games HQ doesn't have upending or unending server problems distracting it. It seems like Arrowhead wants to make battles feel hard won, but one of Helldiver's core design principles is getting in the way. If you mess up a mission completely, you get zilch. Now, I understand, just at the outset, I understand why somebody might not like this, especially coming off of other live service games where there's always like some like participation awards sounds like really like, it sounds like a boomer way of describing it. Like, oh, everybody gets a participation medal in those other games. But I mean it like in other games, whether you're talking about Overwatch or even like a Fortnite, if you play a game and you like die, you're the first team to die in a match of Fortnite, you're still going to get some XP for it. Not much, but you'll still get rewarded for it. In Helldivers 2, if you fail the main objective and you don't extract and it's just, you didn't do anything, yeah, you get zilch. And that's how it does it. Now, I personally like that design decision because I think it increases the stakes. It makes it much more stressful, and it greatly prioritizes achieving those objectives no matter what, even if you die multiple times, even if that costs you secondary objectives, you're trying to achieve that main objective and still extract. I personally like that, but I'm willing to hear them out and see maybe they can convince me otherwise. Can't get XP if you're dead. True. Let's get something out of the way. Yes, people might be mucking up the numbers by farming. The larger wars of Helldivers 2 have 4 layers we need to think about. The major order, defend 8 planets, campaigns, defending a single planet, operations, a batch of missions that contribute to the campaign, and the missions themselves. Let's start with the campaigns and operations. This is good. Be clear about how the game actually works. There's 4 layers. This is how it's actually functioning at any given time. You could even say that there's like 5, because above this is the overall fight between the bugs and the automatons, but in effect for gameplay, there's only 4. Current major order is to win 8 defense campaigns against the automatons. The issue is one of the best farming methods in the game for metals does not do that. The only successful operation can or will contribute towards the defense of the planet. And while a dev mistakenly confirmed that abandoned operations will add ticks to the bot's red bar of doom, later comments busted that myth. Interesting. Quote, let's see, are they going to say that? No. Okay, so expecting players not to farm in a game with a well-established unlocked treadmill feels to me like expecting electricity not to flow or follow the path of least resistance. I've said many times, like, if players have an ability to exploit a mechanic, they will. If you give players, you know, the classic example I've used is quick save in a game like Baldur's Gate. If you give players a quick save, they will use it. If you give players quick save in an RPG, they will quick save before a major narrative beat. Roll the dice, see if they succeed at the charisma check. They failed, quick load, try it again, quick load, try it again, quick load, try it again. And you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand, the devs understand that, like, players kind of expect it. It's a quality of life thing to have a quick save. It's just a nice thing to have. So if you fail in a combat encounter and you want to just quickly load again and try again, players expect to have that, and I can appreciate that. In the same vein, like, if you release a PC game and you don't have a quick save in a game like that, there's going to be a mod day 1 to add it, so you might as well just add it natively. On the other hand, players will exploit it. And I think in some cases, players exploit it to the detriment of their own experience with the game. Because I think one of the best things with, like, Baldur's Gate 3, just like in a D&D campaign, is if you try a roll and you fail and you deal with the failure of that, you can lead yourself into situations you would never get in otherwise that can be just as fun or engaging or interesting as if you just quick loaded and kept trying until you were successful. So I actually think that a lot of players would benefit from not overusing the quick save and quick load, not save scumming as it's described. But I understand why it's still there, right? I can appreciate that. Dexy, thank you also, or Dukesy, thank you for the £2. Think Helldivers will last the rest of the year. If they can keep this post-launch support up, and if they can add in mechs and maybe swords and stuff like that, absolutely. Right now, players seem to be having a great time. It's just going to be a matter of, I think, shutting down the farms for metals and stuff and trying to make sure that the growth potential is long-term. And if they can do that, they'll be successful. But it's, as with all live service games, it's about the post-launch support and the steady flow of content for sure. While we don't suggest bailing on the operation entirely when doing this, some players are still loading up for an operation with the Eradicate Automaton Forces mission in it, blasting through a quick 10 to 20 minute romp, grabbing their medals, and then bailing to dodge the deadly evac and drawn out exploration missions. Rinse and repeat. This has been upsetting a lot of people, especially when you're, like, matchmaking and stuff. I'm going to risk an undemocratic speech here by saying, I don't think players farming these missions are even being jerks, really. It's a little uncooperative, sure, but not everyone who plays video games is going to be invested in some overarching narrative. Yeah, and I mean, frankly, if, again, players have the ability to exploit some mechanic, they will, because games are about finding exploits and taking advantage of them. It's kind of like how the entire thing is built. I think that's kind of the point. Helldivers 2 reward structure is currently at war with itself. It wants you to care about larger scale war efforts, but it also wants you to feel satisfied gathering medals, requisition, resources, and XP. Expecting players not to farm in a game with a well-established unlocked treadmill feels to me, yeah, just like I said earlier. As an aside, I will say that this whole situation is super fitting in universe. The core thrust of Helldiver's world building is that Super Earth inherently makes every single problem it faces so much worse by trying to nuke it. Those bugs you're fighting, for example, they mutated and evolved because researchers were experimenting on and harvesting them as a source of oil. Of course, a squad commander deliberately hamstringing the bigger war effort by rocking up, putting in the bare minimum, and then bouncing so they can brag about how many medals they earned in the war is super apt and kind of funny in isolation. It just sucks for the players who want to win. But what if you think the problem's been overblown? Sure, these glory hounds aren't contributing anything, but there's a substantial bustling Discord server with lots of troops dedicating themselves to the cause. They can just complete missions, right? Actually, no. Every single defense operation has at least one civilian evac mission in it, and they're damn hard. The difficulty problem in my experience is that they are either a cakewalk because me and my squad mates manage to keep pace with the bots, or we fall behind and just keep stumbling. Yeah, these, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the evac missions are super inconsistent for sure. Super inconsistent. Is it going to read it? I guess not. Thank you, Take. Let's see. I feel like you should be able to play the game however you like. We're all adults and we know the risks. Taking advantage of a save system is a choice. Yeah, it's a choice, but I think as a game developer, it's also a matter of like balancing player freedom and also what's going to make the game fun. You know, how are you going to actually make it enjoyable? Because in a game like, what would be a good example? I mean, I guess any battle royale, if you just say any battle royale, you're going to have more fun if you're engaging in combat versus sitting and hiding in a bush. Like camping, you can do that in one of those games, but you're going to not have very much fun if you're doing that. Whereas if you can get like acclimated to combat and run around and you're finding people, killing people, getting their loot, moving to the next location, pinwheeling around the circle, you're going to have a lot more fun than if you just camp. Both are viable. You're choosing to camp or you're choosing to play more aggressively. But one, I think 99% of people would agree, is going to be more fun than the other. And so I see the game designer's responsibility to be to find ways to push people into having, like, leaning into the more fun way of playing. One of the ways they do that in like a Baldur's Gate 3 is maybe with an honor mode, or, you know, they give you an option to play the game in a way with strict rules on it that force you to play and kind of hold you accountable. And of course they lean into just full player freedom and agency where they're like, yeah, it's up to you. If you want to turn off quick saves and if you want to go honor mode, whatever, you can do that. And there's no pressure to do anything else. Like the rules are there, the guidelines are there. You cannot break the rules even if you wanted to because the mode is there. It's like a survival mode in the Fallout games. Yeah, it's there if players want it. And I think that that's probably the best solution. I still hope that they can find ways to encourage players to try it, even if they haven't tried those more difficult modes before. Because you'll find like playing a survival mode in a Fallout game can, usually with a couple of mods, can be really, really satisfying and fun. Playing like a narrative RPG without save scumming can be super interesting because you'll end up in situations you've never thought you would end up in because normally you would save scum out of it, right? So it's just a matter of finding ways to encourage players to try it. But yeah, player freedom, I think, is the way to do it for
Boone
sure.
is now a member. Did
Thank
you see
Boone.
the tweet from CEO that alluded to a more in-depth stealth overhaul? Space Vietnam, Malevelon Creek, Buddha go crazy. I like the idea.
Yeah, I actually like the idea too. I mean, it could be interesting to have a different type of play style because right now you have certain metas tied around close combat with like shotguns. Other play styles are more long range with auto rifles or you know, stratagems that are specifically for like 360 millimeter barrages and things that are very long range. And so it could be really interesting to have a meta built around stealth, specifically where you get in, maybe you can remotely activate terminals and stuff like that. There could be all sorts of really interesting things that you could do with it. So I like the idea. I think it could be super, super cool. As for when we see it, who knows, but it's all over the place. Also, thank you for the 5. So how do you feel about easy/story modes in Souls games? or Souls likes, since that seems to be a super touchy subject amongst a group of players. I think it's primarily with those games, it's because the community is built on this like shared misery of overcoming that challenge. So it's almost like if you're a Souls game player and you finish those games, you've bought the right, or you've earned the right rather, to be a member of that community by overcoming that challenge. And I think even with Elden Ring, when they introduced the summon system, a lot of people felt as though that was a shortcut to entering the community. So there were a lot of gatekeepers that came with it. As for Souls games, like, I can appreciate that they're more hardcore and they don't have different difficulty options, and it's just, yeah, no, you're going to play the game just like everybody else, and that's what it is. And I can appreciate that, that the game's not trying to be everything to everybody. And I think that that's a good way of doing it for them, especially because in those cases, they can balance the game, understanding that nobody's going to be on different levels or difficulties.
Mr. Google is now a member. I'm waiting for the anime cosmetics where my bikini wearing Helldiver crushes bugs with them thighs.
Just wait. Just wait. PAX is coming up. I'm sure we'll see some of that. But yeah, I mean, as for all of that, I just think like story modes in a game like Elden Ring, for example, defeats the very purpose of games like Elden Ring. It's just, for one, there's barely any story. The story is encountered passively and through world building and passive dialogue, things like that. It's not like it's an active story where there's the whole scenes playing out and tons of dialogue and stuff. So it's not that straightforward. I don't know what the purpose would be. But I think the way they did it with Elden Ring was good, where they had systems in place. So if you wanted to take on bosses maybe a little bit easier or with less headaches, you could do that with summons. But if you wanted to just be masochistic and hate yourself and really put yourself through the ringer, you could do that too by not allowing yourself to use summons, not allowing yourself to use Comma de Jour or the Sword of Night and Flame, or whatever else. And in the same way, I guess you could say the same thing applies to games like Baldur's Gate, where there's going to be hardcore players that refuse to let themselves quick save. And they're like, I'm only going to save on long rests. More power to you. More power to you. Nice thing is players can make those choices, like you're saying. I think the devs just walk a fine line where they have to find ways to either encourage players to go with the more fun route, or at the very least empower and inform players to make those decisions in an informed way, so that they know what decision they're making without kind of not realizing that they're making a decision. Let's see. He goes on. Sorry, Jacob, cutting this one together is going to be a nightmare. Okay, see, dying doesn't stop the bot drops from coming, and the longer we take to kill the bots already there, the more bots arrive. This makes clearing the bots even harder, and on it goes. There are some nifty ways to do these missions without risking that, though. One popular technique that's emerged is, or asks 3 squad mates to cause a ruckus out in the countryside while one stealth commando slips into the evac center and ushers the civilian people into escape pods. I love that this is possible, but it's a level of coordination you just can't expect randoms to have. Which, I mean, I agree. That's kind of what I've found is the most successful way of doing it. Normally, I wouldn't actually have a problem with this. Helldivers 2's non-Newtonian difficulty spikes and its propensity to spill into utter flashback-inducing chaos works brilliantly in its other missions, but there's one key difference. In every other mission type, you can fail to extract and still get some rewards as long as you fulfill your primary objectives. You just miss out on your samples. This lets you push back or push your luck and beef it without feeling like you just wasted a bunch of your time. This came to a head over the weekend where in a defense mission, I had a right laugh losing. I spent most of the mission running away from tanks, desperately scrabbling for some kind of advantage, and occasionally clawing back ground in moments of cool heroism only to meet my demise. From a gameplay perspective, it ruled, but seeing the rewards screen at the end read goose eggs just tainted the whole affair. Take my medals, take my glory, take my samples even, but I just spent 30 minutes struggling tooth and nail, and I was given the exact same rewards I would have gotten if I had just quit. Something's wrong here. I mean, I agree it feels bad that you like grind, but I think it fits with the meta narrative that like you're just supposed to be here grinding out these objectives, and if you're a grunt that doesn't achieve the objective, you're nothing. Like that's why on the screen it splashes with like total waste of life, you know. It's like that was stupid. Good job. But like he's saying, not everybody's going to care about the meta narrative. They just want to play the game. And after struggling for half an hour, to not get any reward for half an hour of struggle feels really bad. Yeah. But I guess for me, it's like, yeah, it feels bad. But at the same time, it feels really good when you achieve the objectives in those missions and overcome it. You know, that feels even better. I think that makes up for it, for me at least. Maybe not for everybody. It all comes back to rested XP. It's an old tale, but it's still relevant today. Did you know that in World of Warcraft, rested XP was initially an XP penalty, one which kicked in if you were playing for too long. Playtesters hated the snot out of it. One bright spark at Blizzard had the idea to change it from a penalty to a bonus and became a staple of the MMORPG genre. Helldivers 2 has a similar issue, though its problems are a little more concrete. In these evac missions, you get a penalty every time a civilian dies to friendly fire, which doesn't feel great. Instead, what if you started at 0, then snagged a bonus for everyone that escaped? You extend this mission, or this to the mission objective itself, rather than having a minimum amount of civilians required for success, have a relatively achievable floor, then give players a bonus for each civilian they're able to extract past that. Like other missions, the core order is pretty straightforward and achievable, but you can still rake in the rewards for exemplary service. So if you're just saying like, hey, if we get 3 civilians evac'd, but then we had to bail because we died with a horde coming, we should still get rewarded for saving 3 of them. I would agree with that. I mean, I think that that's fine. If that's all we're saying, like, just get us like, maybe you get a third of the XP for getting a third of the guys out. I think that makes sense. You know, because you still technically achieved the goal. So I can see that. Like if the objective, I think what it is, Affliction, if you don't complete the objective, you shouldn't get rewards. This is this new generation of gamers is so entitled. I mean, I think what it is though, is that it's like they're trying to, if the objective is to evac scientists from this location, get them off the planet. If you evac 3 of them, out of the full 20 you were trying to evac, you still achieved like part of the objective. Just like if you completed half of the objective in another mission type, you just didn't evac everybody. I can see both sides of it. I think they could go with either way, but I think it would be, I wouldn't care at all if they made it so like, yeah, get 10 of them out, you get 10% of the reward for each individual scientist you evac. I could see that. Deep down, we're all just masochists. Yeah, it kind of feels like that way sometimes. Let's see. Okay. I mean, send this to this, but so we can rewards for exemplary service. I'm sure that changing the underlying code of these missions is a lot of work, especially with how much sweat and tears Arrowheads had to put into expanding its server backend. But on paper, I think fixing the evac missions is actually pretty simple. Let's go one step further and apply this to the wider campaign too. What if instead of getting 0 contributions for ditching an operation, you get a stacking contribution based on how many missions you did complete? Similar to war bond medals. Even if a single mission gives you a sliver of contribution without the stacking modifier, you still won't feel like you just spent 20-40 minutes helping nobody. Similarly, even if 12,500 requisitions isn't actually a great reward, players are going to be upset if they fall short by one measly planetary fancy. I mean, I think with all that, it's an interesting pitch. I think if you start rewarding people to bail on operations early, like, you know, you give them a little bit, a percentage of the reward for bailing early and only doing 1 of the missions or 2 of the missions of the 3, for example, I think you're just going to see the number of abandoned operations skyrocket. And I think the other piece of the operations that's kind of key here, because just to be clear, like operations are the batches of missions which contribute to the parent campaign, basically. And so my understanding is that I guess I can do this. So my understanding is that, you know, if you have the overarching war, you know, this is for like the planet. Okay. And then we have these missions. And in the mission, let's go like this is the operation. This is the operation. I'm trying to write with my mouse. So we have this. And then within this, we have missions. So we have this mission, which is 1, this mission, which is 2, and this mission, which is 3. Part of the goal is to matchmake people together so that they complete the first mission. So, you know, you have 4 players here, and they want these 4 players to work together as you bounce from this mission to this mission. And so then you completed the operation with your team, and they didn't have to move the matchmaking around a ton. They'd like for a group of players to at least bond in that hour and a half. Like usually it's like these are 40 minutes, this one's maybe 40 minutes, and then this one's maybe 15. So the goal is to give you an hour and a half with a squad that you can kind of work together and achieve the operational goal at least. So my only fear with making it so there's no penalty for pulling out after one mission would just be that you then start to see this start to sliver up and break apart, and less squads would work together. Because like I said last night, I was playing some of this for like an hour and a half, and we did a full operation together. We loaded in the first one, we worked really well together, and then everybody stayed in the party and we finished the operation fully together. And I think that's the goal that they have, is that they're trying to get people paired up for the whole operation. And if they let you bail on that early, it doesn't really work. Either way, I do agree they have to fix the extract missions, because it doesn't feel like the difficulty is consistent. It feels like the spawn rates might be a little bugged on the... I think the challenging difficulty was a little bugged like a week ago for the automatons on the extract missions, because it felt like harder, because it's like challenging and then hard. It felt like challenging was more difficult than hard, even though that's the opposite of how it should be. You know? So, anyway, I can tell Luke was a graphic designer. Yeah. Years of training. Years. Anyway. Interesting concept. I'm not too bothered by it. I can understand why people are kind of teasing it, being like, lol. Everybody wants a participation medal now. Cringe. But I think it's an interesting take. I'd be fine if they did partial rewards for partial extractions of the squads of scientists and civilians. But I don't think it's crucial. It's not really high priority. I'd much rather have mechs and swords, honestly. So I'd rather they focus on that first, personally. Okay. Ooh. Oh, guys. Somebody just leaked a video of mechs playable in the game. Jacob, are you in here? Are you in here, Jake? Because if so, we just need to cut this together for a stream clip real fast. Okay. I'll let you set up, Jacob, and if you can just put this up as a stream clip super fast, we'll just do this right now. Let me catch up on these real quick. Look back, get copyright struck. Yeah, well, we'll find out the hard way. It looks awesome already. Okay, let me catch up on these real quick while Jacob gets that set up. Boone, thank you for the 10 pounds. My goodness. I mentioned this in chat, but I would really like to hear your opinion. Do you reckon, given Helldivers 2 success on day one PC, PS5 release would incentivize Sony to consider this trend for exclusives going forward? I mean, I think obviously with Helldivers, because it's a live service game, it directly benefits from a larger player base. So it makes sense that they'd bring it to PC. You know, it just makes sense. However, I can't fathom them doing it for, like, for Ghost of Tsushima 2. Like I think it would dominate the discourse. I think everybody would be talking about the game if they did that. Like Ghost of Tsushima 2, if they dropped it on PC day one, everybody would be obsessed with it. It would be all over social media. But I think it probably will be anyways. So I don't think they really need to. The benefit of them waiting a year after launching on PS5 to bring it to PC for those games is that they get a lot of people double dipping. So they have people buy it on PlayStation 5 for $70, and then a year goes by or 2 years goes by, and then it releases on PC, and people are like, oh, I remember loving that game. I'd play it again on PC. Higher frame rates, higher resolution, sure. And they end up paying another $70 for it. And I don't think there will be a lot of double dipping if you launch it at the same time. So I would personally, yeah, we're all guilty of double dipping, to be fair. So I would personally expect them to continue for the narrative stuff that's not co-op or not online live service stuff. I would expect them to keep that still like a year apart, 2 years apart, because then they double dip. And that I think is way more valuable to them than any immediate benefit of releasing on PC day one. That's my expectations. My expectation. Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe they launch it on PC day one for some of these like single player narrative games, but I think time will tell. I'd be very, very surprised if they did. Very surprised. But I guess we'll see. Anything's possible, because what they're doing right now, apparently the executives are not really happy with how it's going. They're not super thrilled. And Macho, thank you for the super chat as well. Sony announced PSVR 2 is getting PC support this year, and it's coming to Helldivers 2 PC success. Oh, this is coming after Helldivers 2 PC success. I don't think it's a coincidence. Yeah, I mean, I think the big revelation for Sony in the last couple of years has been that PC is a huge untapped market, because a lot of people who have PCs just have PCs, and they thought that there wasn't maybe a whole lot of separation. I think they thought there was a lot of overlap where people, well, PCs are more expensive, so if you have a PC, you probably also have a PS5. It's not actually true for a lot of people. I think a lot of people are looking for something a little more, I think a lot of people just specialize in the one device that they have. So they've realized that they can launch these games on PC after coming to PS5 or on the same day, or they can bring PSVR 2 to the PC and get, a taste of a whole new market that they didn't have before. And honestly, at this point, if a PC player doesn't have a PS5 this late in the generation, they're probably not getting one. So I think bringing them some games and selling them at a high margin just makes sense. And Take, thank you for that super chat as well. I buy games for PS5, Switch, and PC 3 times the idiot. We're all guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. Okay. Let's do this, Jacob. Everyone, it happened. It happened. We've actually seen a leak of Mechs in Helldivers 2. It's happened. We're here. This is a leaked video coming off of Reddit, apparently, and it shows a little bit of gameplay. Now, here, I mean, this is coming after a few other updates where people have said, like, Mechs have been good to go for a while. This was specifically from a post on Discord where developers said that Mechs have been good to go for a while now. There's still some additional polishing being done by people who can't assist with the server issues. So we've known that these were coming for a while. They did like a little sizzle reel trailer showing it. They've done all of that. And now there are allegedly leaks of it actually running in game. This to me seems so clear. Like, it seems pretty clear this is a dev filming it. I wouldn't be shocked if this is a leak coming from the studio, like intentionally. They're actually like trying to drop this themselves. I don't know if this is like a manufactured leak or something. It could be, but it actually seems to be running in the full game of like an operational mech that you run around, you can hop inside. They're probably going to do a little bit of polishing with like that rotation, but you can see other squad members are in Mechs as well. Super heavy weaponry. The gun profile doesn't change when hopping in and out, which is interesting. This is also a different loadout for the mech than we saw in the trailer video, which showed like a machine gun and then a missile rack. So it suggests that there's the potential for customizable mechs or different types of mechs that maybe focus on autocannons, and then there's another that's focused on machine guns, which is really interesting. But it actually shows you being able to hop in and out. This is also on level 2 difficulty, so potentially, I don't know if this is, but then again, they have 6 stims, so they're probably going with some later game gear. I don't know. It could suggest that we actually are going to be able to see this early in the game. I still suspect that this is probably something where they are running with like a level 20 stratagem. It's like a very late game thing, or maybe it requires an upgrade to the ship using samples and stuff. Because I can't imagine that they just open that up to early game players, but maybe they do. Maybe they're just like, yeah, this is awesome. Have fun. And you know what? More power to them. More power to them. I think it looks sick. I think it looks great. You know, this is one of those instances where like when leaks come out and they're like sad or they look really bad and they can lead to false expectations or misunderstandings and stuff. Nobody, like, I don't want to talk about those because it just harms the whole process. This just looks awesome. And I think like if a leak drops and it makes the game look even better, and it's just clearly like the game running with it, then I'm like, yeah, no, look at this cool thing that's going to be coming to the game. It's kind of a fun thing. Which is just awesome. It's refreshing to have a game where like when we find out more and more about it, more exciting upcoming stuff, you're just like, ooh. It just gets you excited. It's nice to have a game that's just consistently surprising and delighting, you know? It's nice. It's nice. It would be cool if we could customize them. Yeah, as of right now, we really don't know much about it. As I described in the article, mechs were a part of the first Helldivers, offering you help on missions and providing various advantages. While the plan has been to include them in Helldivers 2, they just never made it into the game for launch. As far as how they'll work in the new game, as opposed to the top-down original, that remains to be seen. That said, the video below does give players a slight idea of what to expect. Yeah. Insider Games has reached out to Arrowhead Game Studios for comment on the Mechs update in Helldivers 2, and will update the story as a response is received. I'd be shocked if they end up doing anything with this clip, if they end up getting upset about it. I kind of suspect that it's possible it's like, oops, we're sorry. It's not common to see a leak that makes it look really, really good. And I mean, you can see the comments. Everybody, very nice. Well, you are. You know, rockets and machine gun, you can switch them out. I didn't get long to play with it because my game crashed. It was the last thing I was shown. Interesting. So that happened. It's running in the game. How they're playing it or how they got access to it, I'm not sure. But they've said that their mechs are pretty much done. They're just getting polished, and that looks like they're pretty much done and just getting polished. So checks out. Glad to see it though. Okay, this is just funny. Bob's Burgers DnD alignment matrix without the Belcher family. Do you agree? Chaotic evil, lawful evil, chaotic neutral, lawful neutral. Yeah. Chaotic good. That's probably the best one. Yeah. That's pretty good. I've been holding on buying this game because of all the server issues, but I wanted to buy it regardless when more things were added and the servers were okay. So this is great news. Yeah. And I like, seriously, I've not had any server issues in the last week or two. Oh my God. Okay. This is funny. Somebody posted to the Discord or to the subreddit for DSP. That's funny. That's funny. I did make a joke in the last video. I did. Actually, Jacob trimmed out a little bit of the joke because I said something like that. Oh, that's like some DSP level stuff. What did I say exactly? They are trying to annoy you into giving them money, which is some weird like dark side Phil level stuff. And I just don't think that's very effective. But then again, it seems to be working for Phil. So what do I know? But instead, yeah, Jacob trimmed out a little bit of it where at the end of that, I said something like, you know, and he's always coming down from the rafters, surprising us with new ways of getting money. So it was just funny. But instead, yeah, it's so funny. Oh man. Okay. So I was not expecting to see Mechs leaked today, but I'm here for it. That's freaking phenomenal. That's so funny. I'm glad to see it though. Okay. Oh, interesting as well. Interesting. Remedy has acquired full rights to the Control franchise from 505 Games. Interesting. What exactly that means for the franchise, I don't know. Maybe they just have more open ability to do a sequel or something. Purchase price, I mean, they paid. Purchase price, the maximum purchase price for the transaction is approximately euro 17 million, which equals the amount of 505 Games has paid for the development of Codename Condor and Control 2 to date, including a minor premium. Remedy is entitled to set off certain receivables from the purchase price, and therefore the cash flow effect from the transaction will be clearly less than the purchase price. Remedy will pay the net purchase price in 3 cash installments during the next 12 months. Wow, okay. I mean, it's funny. They are right, because just recently From Software bought or acquired the Elden Ring rights from Bandai Namco. So I don't know what's happening in the industry, but a lot of these big companies are managing to actually reclaim their or acquire their rights, which is awesome. Interesting. I don't know what to make of that, but that's a thing. One of the other things that is a thing. So Nintendo was bored. It had been a couple days since they sued somebody for copyright infringement or for whatever else. So Nintendo has stepped out and decided to sue the creators of popular Switch emulator Yuzu, saying that their tech illegally circumvents Nintendo software encryption and facilitates piracy. They seek damages for alleged violations and a shutdown of the emulator. They're coming out swinging with this one. Emulators are like a really tricky spot legally. I saw a video where a lawyer was talking about emulators, because he was like, normally how emulators kind of get around the piracy accusations is that they don't provide the pirated content, right? Like, they provide the emulator that can run software. That's all it really does. And then it's up to you to go and find the software to run on it. And of course, you're probably going to go and find the software that is technically speaking pirated, but that's not them, you know? So they're not doing that, but Nintendo's trying to say, yeah, but you're used for that. It would be kind of like, I don't know, what's a good analogy? It's suing a platform holder for what people do with the platform, which is a really tricky spot, because you can be like, hey, you know, I'm trying to think of an example. It could be anything like, hey, somebody has been using these cars, like this Ford Escape, in these robberies, these bank robberies. And so we're going to sue Ford because they're producing cars used in these robberies. And Ford's like, but we're not doing the robberies. We just provided the tool that somebody happened to use in that way. I think what Nintendo would try to argue is that the emulator is only really usable and it's only ever really used for infringing on their copyright, and that's how they're going to try to get the whole thing shut down. But I don't know. It's just, it's such a stretch, I think, to try and get an entire emulator shut down, because people could technically go somewhere else and then put software on it. Like, are you going to sue Windows for providing the Windows platform, which you can run pirated software on? You can do that. Does Windows provide that or sell that to you? No, but you can. So are they going to sue Windows? Probably not. And this is where, like, it pisses me off with Nintendo, because what Nintendo tends to do is that they're a huge company with lots of lawyers, and they will bankroll these lawsuits and just kind of cause the company to go bankrupt before they even hit court. Like, because Nintendo's fine with stretching this process out for years and years because they can afford it. Whereas the people running like the Yuzu emulator probably are not making very much money. They're probably not swimming in it. I don't know if they charge for Yuzu. I don't know if they make money on this, but like Nintendo will just come in and crush them. It's like the guys that were making mods for, Pokemon games or Mario games, or the guys that for Pal World were modding in Pokemon. And then they got sued by the Pokemon Corporation or whatever it's called, because they were modding in those characters. And normally, they might be able to be like, no, you can't. It's a mod. Chill out. It's a mod. But they can't fight it legally because it's too expensive, They don't charge for user. Yeah. So, I mean, they're just going to file this lawsuit and then try to just drain them of funds to the point where they just shut it down, because it's more expensive to fight it than to just shut it down. They get over 30,000 a month through Patreon. Ooh, so that's, I mean, it's probably not going to cost $30,000 a month for the lawsuit, but they're going to seek damages. They're probably going to come out and be like, yeah, we're seeking the shutdown. We're going to seek these damages of however many tens of millions of dollars. And at some point, I mean, the emulator developers might just be like, oh no, our emulator software leaked and it's all open source and available to everybody now, but we can't work on it anymore. We're going to shut it down. I think that's unfortunately the potential outcome of this, because it's just so expensive to fight a lawsuit against a big company. Yuzu main branch is free, but they have preview builds that they have behind Patreon. One of those builds allowed users to play Tears of the Kingdom a week or two before the game officially released. Ooh, oops. Yeah, so it makes sense why they're upset. One of the things with it is that Nintendo said that Zelda was pirated more than 1 million times pre-release as it sues Yuzu. So they did some research, found a way to count it up, and they said it was counted, or it was pirated that many times. With Yuzu in hand, nothing stops a user from obtaining and playing unlawful copies of virtually any game made for the Nintendo Switch, all without paying a dime to Nintendo or to any of the hundreds of other game developers and publishers making and selling games for the Nintendo Switch, the company says. In effect, Yuzu turns general computing devices into tools for massive intellectual property infringement of Nintendo and others' copyrighted works. Nintendo is seeking damages for alleged violations and the shutdown of the emulator. It also sold over 20 million copies. Tears of the Kingdom did. A total only beaten by Hogwarts Legacy. They're big mad. It's also like, how many of these people downloaded it? Because I remember when this happened, I remember people posting clips of trying the game on PC with emulators and stuff. And I've tried emulators before, absolutely. In my experience, it's not a plug and play thing. It takes a lot of finesse. Even then, it potentially doesn't even run very well. Like, it's just not that easy. It's not like buying it on Switch. And I would guess that a lot of people that did this, a lot of these people still bought the game on the Switch. I know a lot of people that at least publicly have talked about it, like Linus has talked about it, or Mutahar has talked about emulation and stuff. A lot of those guys will still buy the game. They'll just play it on PC through an emulator because they get better performance or better resolutions, or they get ultra wide support. I was able to get, I think, Breath of the Wild working through an emulator with ultra wide support. But it's just, they buy the game, so they still are purchasing their copy. They just play it a different way, kind of in a roundabout way. But Nintendo just doesn't like it either way. They want to shut the whole thing down. So I think it's weird they're doing this now out of nowhere. It's probably just because they needed to get their ducks in a row and figure out the lawsuit and line it up. It could also be that they're prepping the release of a handful of other games. They're preparing the launch of the Switch 2 probably early next year. And as a result, maybe they're trying to get these emulators shut down as much as they can before those new games launch. And they're trying to do that. I don't know. Yeah, but the timeline's certainly interesting for sure. Breath of the Wild looks beautiful on an emulator at 4K 60. Yeah, there's also mods, 4K 60, HDR, and other stuff that Nintendo will never offer. Yeah, which it's a bummer that they have such an I don't even know what you'd call it, sustainability, anti-preservation, maybe, attitude. It's really too bad. But because most speedrunners are playing through emulators, well, not necessarily for serious runs, they'll play through normal hardware, but a lot of them when they're practicing stuff will play through emulators because they can just quick load and do all sorts of stuff like that. So a lot of the community that's keeping their older games alive are still using these emulators, and it's that's part of what keeps your business running, that those things are so beloved. But anyway, and I guess the last thing, because this one, as they updated it, said there's no claims that the Epic hack is actually real, so I don't think it's worth really covering. But yeah, are we live? Have been on nights too long? Oh, Sean, good to see you, my friend. 14 months. Oh, baby. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. You better believe it. So with this, we talked earlier in the stream about layoffs hitting PlayStation, and it seems like a lot of it is because a lot of their live service ventures have just gone nowhere. At this point, I believe 4 of the 12 games that they had scheduled in the live service category, and they were scheduled to release by the end or middle of 2026. And so a third of those games have been canceled and canned, going nowhere, like The Last of Us Online, those types of games. So there's still some in the works. A handful of them have been delayed. A number of them have changed form and shape. And now we're hearing, over 900 people within PlayStation have been laid off. And Guerrilla Games is not immune. Even Naughty Dog and some of their most successful studios have been hit. Insomniac, which just released Spider-Man 2, they've even been hit with layoffs reportedly. So Guerrilla Games is set to be cutting roughly 10% of its workforce as part of a wider layoff announcement on Tuesday by parent company Sony Interactive. The Amsterdam, Netherlands-based studio plans to lay off about 40 of its 400 developers. So they say, the most recent game was Horizon Forbidden West, released on PS4 and PS5 in February of 22, sold 8.4 million copies, and will be released for PC next month. Guerrilla's been working on an online project set in the Horizon universe, and also promised more epic solo adventures starring protagonist Aloy. Whatever that ends up really looking like, I guess we'll see when the time comes. PlayStation said today it plans to lay off 900 employees worldwide, roughly 8% of its workforce, which, they're laying off 10% of Horizon. They're laying off all of London their London studio, and 8% of their total workforce. It makes me wonder if they're just cutting 10% of each department, and that's just the mandate. Cut 10% of your staff in each department. We'll do it like that. Fair for everybody. Everybody gets hit equally. Or maybe they're laying off a specific portion of marketing or a specific portion of the production staff. It's just not really clear what the strategy currently is. Oh, Sean, Jesus, thank you for the $200 due super chat. Gee whiz. Gee willy willikers. F PlayStation, and I've owned them all. F PlayStation. Oh, PlayStation. Yeah, it comes at a time when you would think that they'd be riding high, just rocking and rolling, but instead they are not doing too good. They're really, really not doing too good. The move will include staff cuts at Spider-Man Studio, Insomniac, and Naughty Dog. Their London studios being shut down. Fire Sprite has been hit with layoffs, and their game was shut down. Yeah, Herman Holst just said they're reevaluating how they operate. It's just crazy. It's hitting everybody. I thought, like, okay, yeah, they're going to do some layoffs at PlayStation. They probably fire, like, or shut down, rather, like the London studio that hasn't had a big hit. So, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that does some work. But they're just going to even their most successful studios that make them tons of money, and they're laying people off, which is just surprising. It makes me wonder if they all overhired, or, you know, what the deal is. And apparently there's been a number, they alluded to a handful of projects that have been shut down as a result of these layoffs as well. And so potentially, you know, there's also the chance to see games canceled that we didn't even hear about. We didn't even know about. Maybe they were in like early pre-production. We had no idea they even existed, and or were going to exist, and they've been canceled. Because as far as we know, there's only like, I guess, 2 games, Twisted Metal and then the London studio game, that have been canceled as a direct result of this, because the studio shut down and because of the layoffs, and they announced specifically that one was shut down. But they've suggested there were at least a few, so there might be 1 or 2 more games that were shut down that we had never heard of, which is crazy. Maybe the execs and the big bosses running the shows are the ones that should be fired for the current state of, or I should say, the affairs of these companies. Well, again, it's my conspiracy theory. I think Jim Ryan, I don't think he's just retiring. I think he was encouraged to retire by some executives that were not super happy with how things are going. That's my guess. Because I don't think it's a coincidence that he is retiring. At the exact moment all of this news is breaking, that PlayStation Studios is experiencing all of these difficulties and problems. You know. Krista, did you see or hear about the new Pokemon Z2A game coming to the Nintendo systems in 2025? The systems part of me thinks this will be a game for both old and new Switch, but we will see. I also get that vibe. I have a feeling that Nintendo is going to do a Nintendo like DS kind of thing with the next Switch. I think it's going to be the upgraded version. It's going to be the upgraded version, guys. The upgraded version of the game, or of the console. And so I think that we're probably going to see a Switch. I don't know if it'll be Pro or if it's going to be the Switch Flip, and it's a Switch that unfolds or something. I think they're going to do something like that. The upgraded version. You have to pay extra. Version 2.0. You think PlayStation had gotten overconfident after the success of the PS4? I don't know if it's overconfidence. I just really think that they thought it was going to be easy to come in and just do have their first party studios that do like single player games do live service games, because that's been the look of it for the last few years. Because basically what they said they were doing, big crayon, there we go. Basically what they said they were going to do was, this was their spending. Let's just do this. This was their spending before on the PS4. Okay, so this is like PS4 era spending on game development. Okay, these are all the single player games. So you could say like this orange section is like the spending on developing The Last of Us Part 2. And then this spending is the portion of spending on maybe like Uncharted 4. And then they have this spending on these other games, like, you know, the Bloodborns, whatever. Not proportional, not to scale. But basically, you know, this is their overall fund for developing the games through that generation. What they've decided to do this generation is maintain that spending. So for the PS5 era, it's the same, but they wanted to take this and double it. So now they're spending twice as much money on development. But this is specifically for live service. So they pitched it to the executives and the investors and everything as, no, we're doing the same thing. See, this level is the same across all of this. We're making the same amount of single player games. We're just going to use those studios, give them more money in the form of this added budget. We're gonna give them more money, allow them to expand their teams, and then we're going to get all these live service games as well. And in fact, this ended up being about 12 projects were supposed to come out of this. Okay. So far, 4 of those 12 have been canceled and have gone nowhere. So all of this money is wasted. And then there's a bunch in here that are still in production. And I don't know, Fair Games. Do you really think Fair Games is going to make a ton of money? They've had one banger. They had Helldivers. But I think that was a very low budget. They didn't expect it to do super hot, so they didn't monetize the crap out of it, which is part of the reason it did well. But they had one banger that was successful. But they have all of this in the middle now that's just question marks. And they're laying off studios or laying off employees at studios. They're shutting down studios. They're trying to reevaluate because I think they have a feeling that a lot more of these might also fail. And the whole thing is, this was Jim Ryan's whole pitch. This was his thing for this generation. Was the PS5 was a natural kind of follow through from the PS4. It just made sense. PS4 was doing really, really well. Transitions nicely into the PS5. You've laid a great foundation you can build upon. But the PS5's thing was going to be this live service pitch. And it's gone pretty much nowhere except for Helldivers, which has been successful. But they've got one success, 5 catastrophic failures in the form of full-on cancellations, and a handful of other games that are still in development that we haven't really seen much of, like Concord, like Fair Games, like Marathon, and we just don't know much about them at this point. We've seen maybe a trailer, but that's about it. That's about it. Let's see. Alphatron, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Don't forget, Jim fumbled the Activision deal too. I don't think there's any way to succeed in the Activision deal, honestly. Like, I don't know what he was supposed to do. Like, his whole thing was to throw a fit and try to get that deal blocked because it was going to be bad for PlayStation. And good for Xbox if it went through, and it ended up going through. And so Jim at the end of it is like, well, okay. And that's the whole thing, you know? Oh, cool. So it was just kind of, he was between a rock and a hard place, basically. So he did kind of, I think he made some really bad faith arguments because a lot of his arguments were like, oh, you should block this deal because exclusives are bad for the gaming industry. And it's like, bro, I can agree exclusives are bad the way that they're being handled, but you are the worst person to talk about this because you do the exact thing you're upset about them doing. Like, what are you talking about? It's crazy. So with all this, I think there's the potential that maybe some of these live service games pop off and are successful. Maybe Marathon ends up being just a money-making machine. With the difficulties Destiny has been having, I'm not sure if Destiny 2 is like a great selling point. Like, it seems like there's potentially some signs that maybe they are not going to nail it, but I guess time will tell. Time will tell. But I just, this was a mistake. I think this was a mistake. Because the whole pitch was that the few successes would make up for the failures, but they've had a lot more failures than they've had successes. And beyond that, the other big mistake they made is they thought they could honestly just double the budget and then double the output. So they thought if this was, you know, I don't know how much it actually is, but if this was $1 billion, if we add another $1 billion, so we're spending $2 billion on our games, then we can put out twice the games. But that's not actually how it works. How it's actually worked is much more like, you know, on a standard graph. It's not linear. They thought it was linear. We spend $1 billion, we have this many games. We spend $2 billion, we have twice the games. Yay! It's not like that though. It's actually much more like this. It's more logarithmic, where you spend $1 billion, you get this many games. You spend another billion, you know, over this way. Spend another billion. You've only gone up a little bit. You get diminishing returns, diminishing marginal returns. And that's what they're realizing here, is that you can't just double the budget, get double the output, because these companies specialize. Naughty Dog can't just go and make an online game and have it print money. It doesn't work that way. You can't just assign a single player specialized studio to a live service project and expect it to just magically work. But a lot of these executives seemingly thought that you could just take a world-class studio that does single player games and have them do a multiplayer live service game, and they would just figure it out. But it just doesn't work that way. And now, I mean, you can see the the failures as a result. Yeah, cough, cough, Rocksteady. Exactly. Aditya Tripathi, thank you for the super chat. New Indian Battle Royale, Indus Battle Royale, made in India. You can check it out. Its trailer, it's looking really good. And trailer of Mumbai Gullies is going to be India's GTA. Oh, interesting. I'll pull it up in a separate tab and I can look it up after this. Yeah, made in India Battle Royale by Super Gaming. Interesting. Oh, it's on Android? Oh, so it's like a mobile game. Maybe it's also on console. I don't know. I'll look at it. Cool. Thank you for that. And Take, also thank you for the super chat. I think Microsoft is going to buy Sony to the core. The Microsoft buy rocked Sony to the core. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell who is currently making the decisions at any of these companies, but it seems like the current acting CEO or interim CEO of PlayStation, who's the COO of Sony, it seems like he came in, did some reevaluation of how the PlayStation business worked, and found it extremely wanting and was not thrilled. And so he's kind of reworking a lot of this. You're saying Insomniac tweeted a statement. Oh, I can pull that up. Also, Sean, Jesus, thank you. 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you. Welcome everybody who just got a gifted membership. Welcome. Yeah, 3 minutes ago. Like several other teams across Sony Interactive Entertainment and PlayStation Studios, Insomniac Games was impacted by yesterday's layoffs. There are no sufficient words to express our feelings about it. This is a solemn and unprecedented moment for our studio. We are focusing our energy on helping everyone affected through this challenging time. For those who are hiring, there are great people seeking new roles who made important contributions to Insomniac's history. We are extremely grateful for them, and they will be missed. I mean, again, bring Sean back. Oh. I mean, again, it's clear that this came from on high. This was not the studios evaluating budgets and being like, okay, we gotta trim some fat here so that we get bigger bonuses. I don't get the vibe that Insomniac did that. I don't think Naughty Dog did that. I don't think any of these companies were trying to do that. I think they got a message from Sony higher ups that said, our margins are too tight. We got to trim the fat. We got to lower costs. Cut 10% of your workforce. Figure it out. And that's the vibe I get. I think that's what happened. And I don't know. I don't know what the specifics are. It seems pretty clear that somebody pretty high up, and it's most likely the guy that's currently in charge of PlayStation, which is the COO. It seems like he came in and was just not having it. Okay. Why not cut the pay of the execs by 10% instead? Because the executives don't get paid through like the liquid cash within the budget. So it wouldn't actually affect anything. The executives, overwhelmingly, the majority of their payouts come from stock options, and those don't really affect the budget. So like if you have $100 in your checking account and you have to pay an employee, say, well, let's say you have $50 to pay employees, and you pay yourself through 10% ownership of the company, which is something that you'll get paid out on at the end of the year, basically, or a year from today through the stock option program or whatever. If you need to trim up the budget and it's like, hey, we only have $50 to pay for employees, but we have $70 worth of employees. So you need to find a way to cut 20%, or rather $20 from our total costs. Cutting your own pay for something that's going to happen in a year or two through a stock option won't affect the budget, which is why, I mean, there's a number of reasons why executives are compensated the way they are. There's a bunch of reasons for like long-term incentives to grow the business as opposed to immediate gain of like a higher salary or something. But one of the other reasons for it is because executives then are not really affected in negative times within the business. Their compensation is going to be the same no matter what. But it's the same reason why, like, you might hear that a CEO takes the step to be like, I'm going to take a 30% pay cut to try and make up for this if he has like a high salary. Some companies pay out high salaries to executives. Maybe they'll make the majority of their money through salaries. It just kind of depends. But overwhelmingly, especially in America, in publicly traded companies, CEOs, vast majority of their income and or rather their compensation comes from stock options and things like that. Like, I think it was it Eichner, Michael Eichner, I think is his name, the former CEO of Disney. He's worth something like over $1 billion, but back in the early 2000s and mid 2000s, his salary was like $100,000. Good money. You'd expect him to make a lot more as the CEO of Disney though, right? But that's because he was making hundreds of millions of dollars in stock options. But those stock options aren't part of like the day-to-day budget of the company. So if he needs to trim the budget, his compensation's not part of that. Now, Bob Iger is the guy that replaced him. Michael Eichner isn't. It's like a lawyer. Hold on. Michael Eisner, I think is what it is. Yeah. Michael Eisner. This guy. If you've watched Defunct Land, you've seen him a lot. Yeah, this dude. Like, this guy, freakishly wealthy. Super, super wealthy. But these guys' compensation is tied up in stock. It's not tied up in like a salary payment. They make their money through dividends, through selling stock and stuff like that. When they say like living paycheck to paycheck, these guys don't live paycheck to paycheck. If they don't get paid a salary for a decade, they're fine. They don't care. It doesn't really affect them. But that's why, like, you always have to be a little careful when you see the article where it's like a CEO has taken the step to take a pay cut this year because of the difficult time facing his business. It's not always the most like generous thing you might think. Because like, if I own $100 million of stock in Amazon and I get paid, say, $100,000 a year, and I'm like, okay, during these trying times, I'm going to only take a $50,000 salary check. Initially, like, wow, he took a 50% pay cut. He's one of us. But then you're like, but he also still has $100 million in stock. You know? Huh. Iger just sold 80% of his stock. Oh, really? Did he? I don't know. He was brought back in. He was brought back in to save. Oh, God, yeah. He was brought back in to save the company, and instead he's just been blowing it. However, records show that over the course of the last 12 months, Bob Iger has sold some 80% of his stock. Although these are not official verified numbers, as of a year ago, it was reported that the Disney CEO owned approximately 1,030,000 shares of Disney stock. Currently, he owns some 204,000. Wow. And the reason that they have to report this is because naturally it looks pretty bad. When a CEO is selling the stock, you run the company and you're selling, you don't want to take a bigger stake, you want to bail on it, that's not a good look. And you can tell, like, Little uptick recently, but not doing super great. The Epic Game partnership really helped it. You want to know one that's just like ridiculous? Just look at Nvidia. Trading at like $45, $36, $60 back in 2020. Today they're trading at $781. Yeah, they went up almost 1900% in the last 5 years. They're doing okay. They're doing just fine. Just wild. Nvidia just they're killing it. They're killing it. Jealous. Yeah, dude, for real. Hashtag jealous. Iger is also an old shit. I see him selling stock. Makes sense. He's supposed to retire. Well, a lot of them will keep it. Again, if they're confident the business and the company is going to grow and go up, like Bill Gates still has a ton of his money, and even most of the money he has in Microsoft stock, because he knows that it's valuable and it's not going anywhere. It's going to go up. But in the case of, like, you know, Bob Iger, it's like, you're dumping all your stock now. Are you feeling worried? That's a little weird. That's a little weird. I don't think Disney will grow, though, only downhill from here. Disney has a rough few years ahead of it, though. I'm still shocked that their parks division does as well as it does, because it really shouldn't. It really should not be as successful as it is, but somehow they managed to pull it out. Because Disney World is so freaking expensive. Nobody should be going. Everybody should be boycotting it and being like, this is outrageous. Oh yeah, the other thing was that people alleged that Lord Farquaad was inspired by Michael Eisner, which is a little funny. 'Cause apparently he's like a little shorter. He would often stand on like step stools and stuff during speeches. I don't think he was that short, but people started joking about it. Yeah, he's a little older. The dude's like a billionaire. He's doing just fine. And there's Bob Chapek, who almost single-handedly drove the whole company into the ground. It's just, I think Bob Iger, I think he's somebody that, like, everybody thought was this like magician of Disney, when in reality he just got kind of lucky while the Marvel boom happened. And he made some good purchases. I think he was in charge of like the Pixar acquisition, and he was in charge of the Marvel acquisition and that whole thing. But during the Marvel boom, of course, they're just printing money. And then like after post-COVID, he comes back in and they're expecting him to just magically save the business. And he proves he actually doesn't really have anything that interesting to provide. He's just... he's just there. You know, like, oh. Yeah, I think he also acquired LucasArts. I think that was during his time too. I don't remember exactly when they purchased LucasArts though. When did Disney buy LucasArts? Or Lucasfilm, rather. Yeah, 2012. It's later than I thought it would be. They bought it for $4.05 billion. Yeah, I thought it was earlier. I guess I don't know why. I just thought that they did this back in like maybe before the prequels fully released. But yeah, I mean, it's not the worst idea. Yeah, but he's feeling pretty good. This is what it looks like the day that you make $4 billion. This is what you look like. $4 billion. That's crazy. That's crazy. A little insight into how that works is that you never sell stock unless you see something coming. The key is you can borrow against that stock whenever you want, with negative interest. Well, yeah, it's a lot of these guys will do, like, say you're Elon Musk or something and you have $100 billion in stock. If you have $100 billion in stock, you don't necessarily want to sell it every time you want to purchase something like a big yacht or go and build a house or whatever else you might want to do. So what they'll do is they'll take a loan out with the stock as collateral. So you go to the bank and you're like, hey, I want $500 million cash. And they're like, why would we give you $500 million in cash? Why would we believe you? Yeah, you're the CEO of some company, but what if you can't pay it back? And then you're like, well, I have $100 billion in this stock. So I'll set aside 500 million as collateral. So if I'm bad for the money, if I fail to make payments on it and pay you back, you get this stock instead. I'm like, okay. Interesting. Let's talk. Yeah, and then they can borrow against it. So that's how they can usually do this without having to necessarily sell absolutely everything. And this is how it can kind of compound. Because say you have like, let's say you have $1 million in stock and you want to borrow $200,000 to invest in a real estate building. That's $1 million real estate property. You go to the bank and you say, hey, I want $200,000 and I'll back it up with $200,000 of this stock I have. They're going to give you the loan. And so you get $200,000 cash. You buy a property for $200,000 down, 20%. For $1 million property. So then you just took $1 million in stock. You didn't sell any of it, but you just were able to acquire $1 million property, which is going to start generating cash flow to pay off the loan that you just took out to free up that stock for another leveraging action. So it's how you can start to see how people's wealth can just start to exponentially go crazy once people start to have enough stock and enough assets that they can borrow against others. And if it goes bad, it goes really bad. Like my grandpa back in like the 80s, he did that. He was a lawyer and he was making good money. He owned a couple of apartment buildings and he tried to like borrow against different things and build it and leverage and leverage and leverage. Except then I think it was Black Tuesday is what they called it. Tuesday. No, that was 1929. Black Monday. There's so many black days. Yeah, Black Monday, 1987. There's another largely unexpected stock market crash in October of 1987. Losses were estimated at $1.71 trillion. Oh, baby. People were worried it was going to trigger a new Great Recession or Great Depression. It was a whole thing. So, yeah, it was just, that happened. He lost pretty much everything because he was over leveraged. So it's high risk, high reward. There are ways to kind of do it more safely. You know, in that example I gave where you take 20% and leverage that 20% of your stock for $1 million property, that's not that crazy of an idea. But there are some guys that will leverage basically 100% of their stuff and just go crazy. And then if things go well, they just quadruple their money and they're freakishly wealthy. If it goes badly, they lose absolutely everything. So you have to be smart. You have to be a little smart with it. Boone, thank you also for the £2. Just want to say thanks for the streams. Thank you guys for watching the streams. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat too. Yeah. I mean, it's just with all this stuff, it's just, it's one of those things where you can start to feel like there's no point in even trying with some of this because the people at the top are just at such an advantage. Once you have $1 million in assets or in stock, it's pretty hard to screw that up. Like you have to be super reckless to screw that up and to blow it. You kind of have to try to screw that up, but people still manage it. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Because they already had, who said already that the hardest to get to is 1 million, then it's okay. I mean, it's like they always say, it's a matter of diminishing difficulty, like most things. You know, once you get your feet under you, it's a lot easier. It's true of YouTube. Once you get your first 100,000, the second 100,000 is really much more doable. And then after your first 200,000, your second 200,000 is a lot easier. It's just like this. Like, this is the difficulty in life for most things. For YouTube, first 100,000 requires a ton of effort. Your second 100,000, much less effort. Your next 100,000, significantly less effort. And so it's the same with money. Like, your first, I don't know what this would be, like 100,000, tons of effort. I mean, just tons of effort. Then going from 100,000 to 1 million, good bit easier. And then going from million to 2 million to 3 million to 10 million, it should get easier. Of course, I don't know firsthand. I'm far from from a millionaire. One day, maybe, fingers crossed. I'm trying to do everything right to get there eventually, but it's why, like, just starting with that head start of even like a $50,000 inheritance can be the difference between being successful forever or not. Oh, interesting. Another update on the mech thing. Reddit user Fauzier18 recorded a clip of themselves using a mech in Helldivers 2. They say a player in their game had access to new weapons and, like an energy RPG, a meteorite that hits like a nuke, and a group of Helldivers you can call in to support you NPCs and more. So he was just playing and then was match made with somebody who had access to this. Must have been a developer, right? How else would he have access to this? Unless, like, the hacks are getting crazy. I don't even know how that happens. Because you would think if it was a hack, then a lot of people would be using this right now. And the servers would probably have some check to prevent you from using certain stratagems and things in matches. So it must have been a dev. He was playing with a dev or something. It had to have been, right? I'm telling you, bro, there's been hackers. But are the hackers doing this? Because this is the first and only instance of this. Maybe in the next day we see a ton of people doing this and tons of people using mechs, and they just are like, okay, it's released. I don't know. But I haven't seen any hackers doing this stuff. So maybe it is just hackers. Maybe it's a dev or something. I don't know, but that's crazy. Time will tell. Yeah. The CEO is way too quiet right now about all of this. Yeah, especially he's been very, very, very open and willing to chat about stuff. So it is surprising. Yeah, he hasn't said anything today, which makes me wonder. Makes me wonder if they're digging into it. Or maybe they're just working hard on like a sizzle reel and they're going to launch it, or I don't know. Oh yeah, Game Bender, we checked that out. Yeah, we did. It was super cool. It was super cool, that whole Star Engine demo, because we did the side-by-side with Starfield, and it's like, it's not even close. It's kind of pathetic, honestly. It's pretty bad. Disco Cobra, thank you for the super chat. That's something I'm working on as well, just in general, learning to budget or spend money more wisely. I tend to want things and just get them if I have the money. Need to learn to have more discipline with the money. One of the easiest ways is just to freaking set up an auto withdrawal to like an investment account. If you struggle with saving or you spend money if it's in your checking account or something, just set it to automatically withdrawal, and then you can't get to it even if you want to. So like you just force yourself to save, you know, just force yourself to save. even if your brain is screaming, you're just like, no, I'm going to do it. There's ways to do it, like with some employers where you're able to say, hey, take 10% of my income and withhold it, or submit it to my IRA or something. And so there's some ways to do it like that, but I don't know. It's just, I feel you. Snort, better buy more WWE pixels. I need the sweaty JPEGs. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money to pay my bills, my internet bill, my electricity bill. Oh, man. Maybe it's all made up to keep Helldivers in the trend charts. Honestly, like, I'm not saying I know that this is like manufactured or anything, but I do think that there is a benefit to releasing some of this stuff intentionally, like a intentional leak to generate interest and hype for a game. I think it could be useful. I think it's a way to get some free publicity, especially if the leak looks cool, and this leak looks pretty cool. Yeah, Eli Delia has a right, Bubba. A 401k classic or a classic IRA is pre-tax money, so it's taken out of your paycheck before taxes are paid on it, but you'll pay taxes when you withdraw, when you're like 65 or whatever the age is. So you'll end up paying taxes no matter what. But there's benefits, like specifically if you expect to be in a lower income bracket when you're retired, because you don't expect to have much for retirement other than just your basic account. Maybe you're going to take out the minimum withdrawals, and that's just what you're going to do. So paying taxes now might not make sense if you're making more money right now. But if you plan to have a lot more money when you're older, and that's what you expect, having a Roth IRA can be nice, because you put money in that's already been taxed after the taxes are taken out of your paycheck, but then you won't pay tax on the money when you take it out, which is nice. Because if you are hoping to have investment properties or a big stock portfolio or other things generating income, not having to pay any money that you take out, or any taxes on the money you take out, could be really nice. And honestly, the Roth IRA, I like the idea of it, because you can go put the money in and then you're not paying short-term capital gains or long-term capital gains. So you can just put it in like an automated trading platform and let it just do its thing and not have to worry about the cut and diminishing margin on trades just because of short-term capital gains, which can always screw you on those automated trading systems. Make the rich pay tax too. Yeah, it's just a matter, you get to choose for your retirement account when you pay taxes. You can pay it now or later. It's just up to you to choose which one you want to do. Yeah, a 401k is just the sequel to 40k. Yeah. Do a finance channel, Luke, really? Yeah, I need to just get the plan going and do this stupid thing. I've been talking about it forever. I just need to do it. Just do it. Well, if the rich are forced to pay higher taxes, to just leave the country. You want to know the best example of exactly what you're talking about? Jeff Bezos moves to Miami. Shocker, when you are a multi-billionaire, moving's not that big of a deal. Jeff has lived in Seattle for like 30 years while running Amazon, but of course, recently he's just the chairman. He's doing other stuff. And so what he announced early February was that he's moving to Miami. Okay, maybe he just likes the sun. No. In Washington State, in 2022, they imposed a new tax. It was a 7% tax on capital gains. Capital gains are the gains on like investment holdings. So if you own $1 million in Amazon stock, and over the course of, if it's under a year, it's short-term capital gains tax, which is higher than if you hold it for more than a year, like a year and a day. So it's also true of rental properties, things like that. But if you have capital gains on anything and you try to sell it, which Jeff Bezos has on all of his stuff, because if he owns a share of Amazon, he has a good amount of profit in that. He acquired that stock for a lot less than it's listed for. So for him, he'd be paying 7% tax to Washington State on any capital gains when he sells a stock and realizes those gains. So what he did is he's just moving to Miami, and in Miami they don't have that tax, and just doing that is going to save him $600 million because he's selling however many billions of dollars of stock. Just moving to Miami saves him $600 million. I would move to Miami for $600 million. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? You know? Bezos plans to unload 50 million shares of Amazon before January 31st, 2025. All of these executive officers in the US have to report their stock sales before they happen. They can't just sell it willy-nilly. It's supposed to create some stability where there's no insider trading. They can't be like, oh my God, I just got the financial reports for this quarter, I'm going to sell everything. They don't want that to happen, so you have to announce ahead of time when you're selling stuff. And they're saying right now it's going to save him at least $610 million just having his permanent address in Florida. Is that crazy? Is that crazy or what? I will say, this is from my time working in commercial real estate. I knew a guy. I'm not going to say any names. I ain't no snitch. But I knew a guy that we did deals with. He of course lived in Colorado. He didn't like Colorado taxes. So he had a business he set up. And he set it up in another state with much, much lower taxes. And he set up a mailing address. He had a mailbox through like a UPS store that he had all of his mail sent to. And he basically claimed that he was living in this other state. And he rented just a basic $600 a month apartment. And so he had a physical address there. And he was like, they can't tell when I'm staying there. That, you know, they're not checking, knocking on my door or anything. So he had a permanent address through a cheap little apartment that he just rented and left vacant. And he lived where he wanted to live in Colorado. But then he got all these tax benefits. Now, technically, that's not allowed because it's not his actual permanent address. He's living in Colorado, but he's telling like the IRS and everything that he's living in this other state. So he's breaking the rules. But it's one of those rules where all the rich people are like, they don't know. They don't know. They can't prove it. They can't prove it, which is true. They probably can't prove it. Like, they probably can't. Even like Jeff Bezos, he's probably not spending the majority of his year in Florida. Like, he's probably spending most of it on his yacht in the Mediterranean. But his permanent address is in Florida, so that's where he's taxed in. So it's just, the whole thing is a gray area. The whole thing is a gray area. Is that tax evasion? I think if you could prove it, yeah, probably. I'm no tax lawyer. But it was one of those things where it's like, I mean, you do what you're going to do. If you can get your accountant to sign off on that, I'm amazed. But it's one of those things where it's like, they're trying to play the game and they don't think the IRS would be able to prove it. So they're like, yeah, come and get me. Come and get me, coppers. You know? But it's a gray area specifically because it's like, when you're that rich, you're not staying in any particular place. You're traveling a lot usually. And so it's like the idea of a permanent residence gets weird because a lot of these guys have multiple houses. A lot of these guys are all over the place. Like they bounce around. They have a house here. They have a house in that state, a house in that state, a winter house in that country. And they just bounce between them all. So picking your permanent address is kind of up to you. But even like Jeffree Star, Jeffree Star purchased a property in late December 2020 in Casper, Wyoming. This is that guy that does the makeup stuff. Freakishly wealthy. Sold his Los Angeles mega mansion for $16.7 million in July of 22. He's launching a yak meat business. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. I don't even know. The new Jeffree Star store, which officially opens July 14th, will sell Star's full range of makeup and meat. Okay. A very eccentric individual selling yak meat and makeup. But this guy bought a ranch in Wyoming and is like, yeah, I just wanted to get away from everything and from the LA life. Still spends most of their time in California and Florida and New York and places. We all know he moved to Casper, Wyoming for the tax benefits. We all know that's why. Like, nobody is under any illusions here. Everybody knows why Jeffree Star actually moved there. I think, didn't Kanye also purchase a house in Wyoming? Yeah. Bought an $11 million property. This just seemed weird. Bought basically a whole town in Wyoming. And let's just be honest, this whole thing is almost certainly for the tax benefits. You think Kanye is coming out here to live and hang out? I'm not sure. He sold it though. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys don't hold stuff for very long. A lot of them are also not making their own financial moves. One of my buddies from college, he graduated. I went into commercial real estate. He went into banking and investment banking, specifically with JP Morgan Chase. And I think now he ended up being in I think he's with Charles Schwab. I think that's where he ended up. But anyway, he's in one of those. He's like an investment banker over there. But what he does is he's hired by these billionaires to manage their money. They just do that. They don't want to mess with it. They hire this guy. He spends 9 to 5 figuring out how to grow it and do weird things to save money on taxes and stuff. Sometimes it's buying weird properties. One of the other things with it was a recent environmental tax credit or something that corporations can use. So a bunch of corporations started buying up forest land. Let's see if I can find the article. Yeah, corporations are turning to forest credits in the race to go carbon neutral. Advocates worry about greenwashing. Yeah, basically there are tax credits. It's specifically if you buy up certain amounts of land to go carbon neutral. And so what these big corporations are doing is they're just buying forest land and property in the middle of nowhere. And then they can claim that they are now carbon neutral because they own X number of acres, and those acres offset their carbon emissions, which qualifies them for tax credits, which saves them money on their taxes. And then in the future, they can sell the land in coming decades or whatever. Which is just, it's funny. It's just one of those funny little things where oh yeah, you see companies like Apple saying they're carbon neutral. One of the ways they're doing that is just by buying up a ton of forest land and holding it, doing nothing with it. But because of the way the rules work, they can count that as carbon neutral, offsetting it, so they qualify for a tax credit. So whoop-de-doo. And so it's just oh, you want to save money on taxes? Okay, we're going to go buy 3 square miles of a forest. You're like, what? Yeah, we're going to save money on your taxes by buying some forest. Okay, cool. Love it. Weird. Love it. Yeah, the whole thing is weird. All these corporations, billionaire, modern day nobles, and we're just their servants and peasants. I mean, it certainly can feel that way, for sure. It can certainly feel that way. And part of it is, I don't see what that is. Okay. Part of it is just, you know, a lot of people don't know, how to play the game, you know, because it's not something that many people know about, which is, I think, the most heartbreaking thing. Okay. How do you know so much about taxes? Is it like you paid them or something? That's weird. It's weird, dude. It's weird. Okay. Did he ever get caught? I don't think the guy, if you're talking about the guy that did the had the mailing address, that was definitely not his actual address. I don't think he ever got caught, honestly. He kept a very low profile. And it's one of those things, like the IRS, despite common, like the common misconception, the IRS is a largely underfunded and under-supported organization. A lot of people think of them as like just armies and armies of lawyers and accountants, but it's mostly just accountants and some lawyers, and they have to pick and choose their battles. And usually the way they pick and choose their battle is by going after the whales. They don't tend to go after the little guys that much. And in his case, like he probably has a net worth of like $20-30 million. But on the scale of the wealthy in the US, that's not that much. They're going to go look elsewhere, and they're going to go after the bigger guys. If he's not careful, eventually they'll come knocking at his door. But his whole point is like, they come knocking at his door and he's just going to go, yeah, that's my address. I get my mail. Look, I have the water bill. I have my banking statements get mailed there. You can see it printed on the front of the page that's the address it's sent to. Because he goes maybe once a month and picks up the mail. And I mean, what are they going to go? Go and scope out? Go and camp out and wait for him to see if he ever goes in and out of the apartment? Like, they can't do that. They don't have the ability to do that, you know? So it's just kind of these, everybody knows what he's doing, but they can't do anything about it, you know? And that's when they say, like, there's the rules, and then there's the gray area, and there's the people that play the game. In his case, he's playing the game, which is breaking the rules, but he knows that you can't call him on it. And that's unfortunately how a lot of this stuff works. And like I said, he told me and my coworkers this very proudly, because he was like, look at this thing I figured out. I figured out how to beat the IRS with this thing, because they can't prove otherwise. And it's like, yeah, you probably have found a little bitty loophole that they can't call you on, but you know, yeah. And we all know what James Charles does when he wants to get away from it all. Can I use your address for tax benefits, please? Dude, they're probably, I don't know for a fact, but there probably are friends who do that, who like, hey buddy, I live in California, you live in Texas or Florida or whatever. Can I say that I live with you for tax reasons and file Texas taxes and stuff? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if friends do that type of thing. You know, little scratch, you scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of thing. I wouldn't be shocked at all. Places like Wyoming have tax incentives so that people move there and help stimulate the economy. This is all an ecosystem and for a reason. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The reason though is that they have those rules for you to move there. Exactly, like you're saying, and help stimulate the economy. When somebody comes, buys a property, and goes there maybe once a year to grab some mail so that they can prove that they were there, that is not what those incentives are for. And I think the frustration people have is that there are people taking advantage of the incentives, but not doing the other side of it, which is that they're supposed to go there, move there, spend money in the economy, bring jobs, you know, that type of thing. But instead, they're just going, setting up a residence for tax incentives, and that's it. You know, yay town. Yeah. Friends with tax benefits. I love that. I love that. Friends with tax benefits. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. He's paying rent or mortgage and property taxes there. He's still simulating the local economy and requirements. Well, most of these guys are going to pay cash, and they will pay taxes on it. You're right. They'll pay property taxes. If there are property taxes. There are some states that don't. Oh no, I'm thinking of income tax. Property taxes are a thing. I'm thinking of income tax. Yeah, as of 2023, Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming are the only states that do not levy a state income tax. So just going to those states is going to save you a ton of money if you have high income. Just have that as your permanent address, you know. Anyway, this was all quite random, wasn't it? You're like, Luke, what the hell are you talking about? It's supposed to be for games and video games, you know? Oh, God. Didn't one of the Paul brothers, or at least one of them, move to a tax-free country for the monetary gain? I have little understanding. I don't know anything about that, honestly. I don't recall that. Maybe they did. I'm behind, but Farquhar was Katzenberg. Oh, was it? Well, what it was, okay, this is coming back to me. What it was is that Lord Farquaad, Shrek is a DreamWorks production, right? And DreamWorks is, Shrek 2001, DreamWorks. Yeah, it's a DreamWorks thing. DreamWorks was founded by Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Jeffrey Katzenberg was a former right-hand man to Michael Eisner. And Michael Eisner, of course, was the CEO of Disney at the time. So Jeffrey Katzenberg was apparently upset with Michael Eisner, and so to be funny, DreamWorks went and made Lord Farquaad, which is Farquaad supposed to sound like F-wad, you know, little jab at Eisner, and apparently he was designed to look kind of like Eisner. That's my recollection, is that it was all the appearance and personality were based around Eisner because they had a big falling out. And so he went and founded DreamWorks to take on Disney and actually found some success with it, which is just funny. It's just funny. So I got my C-suite douchebags messed up. Don't worry, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of them. It is crazy. Some of these guys have like pretty established histories. Shrek, Kung Fu Panda, Prince of Egypt, Lion King, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Yeah, Katzenberg's one of the head honchos. This is a guy that he's done a lot. He's got his hands in a lot of pots in media. Boss Baby. He did Boss Baby, guys. You should be thanking him. He also had some swings and misses. Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted? What? Dude, I've been out of the loop. I haven't seen any of those. Anyway. Okay. That was so stupid. But yeah, we went deep down the Disney DreamWorks rich person rabbit hole today. I don't know what happened. I'm all lightheaded now. Oh geez, thank you, Mr. Boogle. Thank you. You guys have been so generous today. First, Sean comes in with the big $200 due super chat, just pogging it up, and then gifted memberships, and then now Mr. Boogle with gifted memberships, 10 of them. Golly. Thank you guys. It's the shirt. It's like a taupe. Is this taupe? I don't remember what taupe is. I think it's taupe. Taupe color. It's a dark gray brown color. Oh, it's not quite taupe. It's not quite taupe. It's lighter. This is like a dusty sandy brown. A tasteful sandy brown. Oh Jesus. And I just saw Sean also. Okay, Sean also sent in another one. Golly, you guys are outrageous. You guys are outrageous. Thank you so much. It must be the shirt. It must be the shirt. There's no other explanation. It's got to be. A tasteful beige as opposed to a distasteful beige. What is a distasteful beige color? I'm going to Google it. Distasteful beige color. This is apparently the world's ugliest color. I mean, it's kind of like a baby poop color. I'll give you that. 57 shades of beige. Yeah, see this, a boutique. I think this is a boutique beige. That looks about right. Right? If you compare the shirt, that's like a boutique beige. It's pretty close. I think that's right. That's your shirt. Calm down. Am I wearing a baby poop shirt? Called out in 4K. Oh, God. Oh, God. Isn't there each year the most hated color and the best color, something like that? Maybe the most hated color 2023. I mean, this is just the 10 worst colors. Somebody made a list of the 10 worst colors. It's too bright. It's really boring. It's the color of blood when it's in water. Disney princesses wear it. It goes bad on everything. Girls think blue is too manly because of this color. It's everywhere. It's the only color people are blinded by. It's way too simple, and it's cheesier than Disney princesses themselves. These people are very passionate about colors. Pea yellow. This is a gross color. I'll give them that. I saw this color for the first time when I was using those cheap felt tips, and I actually got the yellow and black too close. I wanted to rip my eyeballs out that day, and I was disgusted. This color is how disgusting this color is. Olive green. I don't mind olive green. Orange. How do you hate orange? Orange is annoying. It is awful when it is really bright or neon, but it can be a good color when it's burnt or muted. Disgusting, awful, the physical embodiment of horror. If dysentery was a color, it would be orange. I hate it so much. Only people with no taste like orange. Puce. OMGY. Puce is definitely not okay. Okay, please tell me who made this color so I can hurt them. Puce. Puce is also the name of a freaking bed bug. Why? Why name the color after the bed bug? Who decided to mash together brown and red like a weird burgundy color to make this monstrosity? Please vote for this color so it can become the #1 worst color. Oh, man. And that was a comment from Puce Destroyer. Dude, I didn't realize people are so passionate about colors. Blue. People hate blue. The most overrated color. Okay, I can see it being overrated. That's so funny. That's so funny. People very passionate about these colors. Who knew? Who knew? Yeah, W stream content. Yeah, not what I thought we were gonna do today. I'll tell you what. This was not on my OneNote sheet of topics. But here you go. The worst colors. Jacob can clip. Luke reacts to the worst colors. Oh man. Oh man. If anybody's watching this stream clip or anything, I want to hear what the worst color is. Just tell me what the worst color is and why. If you make a compelling case, we'll look at it on stream. We'll try to be convinced. There's more Helldivers mech footage on Reddit. Oh, really? Oh man, I don't know what That's great. They got to be about to announce it though, right? I don't know. don't see it. Weird. Anyway. Cliff, thank you also for the 100 bits and for the sub at tier 1. Sub. It's been a couple days I've joined the stream. How's the thumb doing? The thumb is okay. Oh, the camera's dead. Hold on. Please hold. Let me refresh it. Vroop. Yeah, the thumb is okay. It's like, it's gonna focus. Focus, damn you. Focus. Yeah, it's doing better. It's just growing out now. It doesn't really hurt anymore. I can put full pressure on it, full weight and everything, but it just looks really bad. But it's just like stained. But I thought you had nail polish on. No, it was a car door. it's a car door. The color of my thumb is the worst color. Okay. We found it. We figured it out. We did it. Oh, that's great. Yeah. No, it was really bad for a couple days there. Like I couldn't press space bar. I couldn't play on like a controller or press a D-pad or anything. Like first world problems, to be fair. But it was very bad. The doctor thought it was broken, did the x-rays and everything. It was like, I don't know, dude. But it's gone down and swelling a lot, and now it's just growing out. So I think it's okay. You should wear a salmon color shirt. Dude, we had a color filter on for a while where it took any like red shirt and made it look salmon color. It was a whole thing. Did you jump prone on the door? What it was is like I did the thing where I pulled Lockie out. I had him like on my hip, and I grabbed the door to close it, kind of like this. So I grabbed the door to close it, and instead of my hand being on the outside of the door and just closing it kind of like that, I put my thumb on the inside like that and closed it behind me. Just really quick. Just grab the baby, put him on the hip, grab this, slam it. But I ended up just crushing my thumb in the door. And it happened on Valentine's Day too, as we're like walking into a restaurant. It was bad. It hurts so freaking bad. Pain. Yeah. I don't know how many thousands and thousands of times have I opened and closed a door? But for some reason, this one time, it's just a motion that for some reason my thumb slipped in, and it was, pain. Red box, 7 months. Gee whiz. Thank you, my friend. 7 months. Let's go. Yeah. The car is an automaton trying to sabotage a Helldiver. It's almost like it knew that. Yeah. It's like, I am fighting the good fight. Still remember the pain after decade. Yeah, no, it's bad. And then my buddy Caleb, he gives me crap because I went to the doctor, and I went to the doctor because like the next day I was like, hey, there's so much pressure. It like throbs. If I held it below my heart, it would throb. I had to keep my arm up to prevent it from just feeling like my thumb was about to pop. And so I went into the doctor and I was like, there's just a ton of pressure. He's like, we can try to pop it and like put a little hole in. They use like a little, it just turns white hot, and it's just like it looks like a soldering iron basically, but it's just for whatever they call it when they burn something, cauterizer. And so he just did that, burnt through the nail and tried to get a little bit out. Didn't really do much except a little bit of blood, but it helped a little. But my buddy Caleb, he gave me crap because when he did this to his thumb, you know what he did? And what he gave me crap for not doing? He went to the garage. Everybody, if you're sensitive, plug your ears. He went to the garage, grabbed his drill, put a drill bit on it, a little drill bit, and then used a lighter to heat it up, and then used the drill bit to punch through his nail. Like a man. Yeah. Pretty bad, right? And then he was like, yeah, I'm not going to a doctor for that. I was like, bro, your thumb has the cordyceps fungus now. Like, we're not doing that. Yeah, LS2 in real life. It's like, what? I was like, it's like $30. with your copay to just go to the urgent care and have it done in a sanitized environment, not with a drill bit you just used on your fence. Like, just do that. Like, what? And what if you slip? What if you slip and it punches in too much? How are you going to explain that? You going to drill a hole through that? Like, what? And the thing is, like, normally I'd be like, oh, if somebody was telling me this story, they're just pulling my leg. Like, they think I'm going to just believe that. No, he's telling the truth. Actually telling the truth. It's like a whole thing. He doesn't make that stuff up. I'm telling the truth. For real. For real. For real. Boone, thank you also for the gifted membership. You guys have been popping off today. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Take my money. Okay. Just rub some dirt on it. Did you try turning it off and back on? Should have. Yeah, it was a whole thing. Anyway, so that's how my thumb is doing. It's a whole thing. I did not drill a hole in it. I had a doctor do that. And if you ever get it done, the one thing is, if you have something like this happen to you or to your nail, within like 6 hours, if you can manage, go into like an urgent care or a doctor and have them put the hole in it and drain it, because your odds of not losing the nail go up way higher if you can drain it before like a day passes. If you let it sit for a day, the odds of you losing your nail go up a lot. So if you want to keep your nail, get it drained. But buy Caleb a gallon of antiseptic and some fresh drill bits for Christmas. Dude, if I got him like just a regular first aid kit, and then inside he realizes years later, because he didn't open it before, he opens it up and there's just a pack of drill bits, that would be very funny. I just figured you might need them, you know. Figured you might need them. Yeah, that's a good point, Vinyl. If you want to keep your nail, just don't slam your finger in the car door. That I think you got me there. I think you got me there. You cracked it. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'll call it there. Oh, I'm sorry, Maddie, just showing up. Am I late for the stream? Hope not. Oh, wait, I am. Sorry. Yeah, DeWalt medical kit. I'll call it there. I'm going to go check on the babe and the babies, see how they're doing and everything. We're going to do the podcast on Friday. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a good time with Mr. Joel Raptor. Plenty to talk about, I'm sure. You guys are all fantastic. I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you. And thank you, everybody, for the amazingly generous contributions, super chats, gifted memberships, all that stuff. You guys are wild. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who joined me today. You are wonderful. And if you've watched any of the clips in the last week, thank you also, because you're making the live channel sustainable and making it so I can like employ people. So you're actually doing some a lot more support than just supporting me. You're also supporting two other guys that do some great work. So thank you, everybody. You all are wonderful. I'll see you in the next stream or the next video, whichever you see first. Much love. I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.
Death to all of them.
I'm just kidding. I had to. I'm sorry. Okay, bye.